Well, I do start on time today. But, well, I needed to stream something because I'll work on something for next week. It might not be out of the algorithm, but I need to get clips on things. But I was not expecting to wake up and have to replace a damn monitor. So, it's not doing its thing now, but it will return. Anyways, I gotta put this off. I've been pulled. See, I pulled the recent character, and then there was a meta shift, apparently. It's not that these things never happen. Like, if you tell an average player about, what's the best discs, they don't know. Which is fine. I mean, granted, the end game is largely number crunching, alright? Yeah. And then it's also RNG luck. I would be lying if I said these weren't the worst things to fall. Okay? I would be lying. Because you need usually about 3 or 4 out of the elements. At least 4 of the elements have to align. And some of these do not. They'll make sense because it's really hard to duplicate them across a bunch. So you might get lucky and during spare time use the energy you should be using and storing, but stores up to 2400 to do this. And I mean, the Victoria housekeeping stuff doesn't. Well, that's the bonus cards you can just do stuff with, which is fine. And I'm having to check. See, the problem is there's now, because the older ones haven't really gotten updates. See, the people who are out of meta, so to speak, you're seeing a change. By that, I mean this is being used just to make up for the damage that's causing a person like Jane Doe or something. Because, okay, so Patch is back, hypothetically, without the reworks. Like, she no longer uses chaotic metal. Like, at the moment, chaotic metal is only used by, like, a select few, so it's chopped liver. So, apparently, see, while I had an ideal set up to squeak the damage out of him, you have to have a set that's made for Aftershock that was never its intended purpose. So, like her as an example, she hasn't really changed. Uh, Sakaku's changed, but I haven't updated hers because, granted, like this is a set made for Aftershock, which, but he's not an Aftershocker. That's the trick. Dash is largely used. I mean, granted, you can say what we have for the meta is garbage, but 6-1, half a dozen the other, right? Reminder. I need to. Yeah, I'm down at electrics right now, but even despite her not having, I got really lucky with hers. So Like, her base got borderline close. Don't ask. Because, see, like, this set is a set that's used as a generic utility set. Because Genshin had one. So, bear in mind, a lot are using it. It's like her. Like, why is she using it? And see, I don't use any discs that are not 3 out of like 4 stats. So I don't go defense. I don't go those. Because if they're just numbers, it doesn't matter unless it's pin, which can be used later on. So bear in mind, it's all. Like, even though technically Bernice has gotten better, but she's hasn't changed. Which, it's like Lycon. Like, trying to farm these. Like, what's funny about Swing Jazz is always universal. Because it's energy. It's like she went from being a physical user to using this. So, I mean, granted, that is 100% a pure meta choice. I mean, defense doesn't matter, but that's the only reason I have that one. Because Nekomata is supposed to get a rework as well. What is it? Nekomata, Soldier 11. I mean, I don't know what you're going to do to Soldier 11. I don't know what you're going to do to Nekomata. I mean, Nekomata herself is only behind in a actual meta because she has Jane's problem. Physical is not where it's at. HSR learned that a long time ago. Pin ratio, crit rate, huh? Pin ratio, and really. No. Fanged metal. Fanged metal. There we go. And add that to that, stunners don't feel good. Stunners haven't. When I mean stunners don't feel good, stunners don't do. It's easier to go the anomaly route now, especially with in-game. In ratio, what the heck there for? Really? I think I've probably destroyed about. Probably destroyed about. I actually stopped counting. No, I've actually had to do the 30 multiple times, the 50s, so. 5. Only reason. See, this is the magical. Does this fix? So, the current meta in the number crunching is these are always supposed to be. 5 is always supposed to be the damage type or attribute type. Part of the reason I kept that one is only because of its element. If it weren't for that, I would not keep it. Eh, God's due divine. Not that I ever planned to use her, but Nekomata's problem is always her mechanics. So, see, penetration ratio means jack squat shit. It's kind of like Reina. Reina could be really good from the beginning, people. It's like Grace Howard is actually really good because if you have the electric, Quinn Yi dropped off. She still has some of the best days in the game. But when you're talking timed attacks, that's largely the content I do. I let about 3 chapters build. It's not as bad as Genshin, but I'll usually catch up on the main story and then let the main build for a bit. And see, it helps to have a bit of a defense, believe it or not. Like, if, like, part of stunners, Fufu is roughly a sleeper. She is a fast attacker. The issue I'm finding with HSRs developing this issue too, we will see about how long it takes before. See, I want to say before this game goes the way of roughly. I'm not saying Honkai Impact 3rd, if anyone knows about the history of that. Honkai Impact 3rd does and has always had a whale or a pay problem. Let's say the new Elysia that was released. That is nothing but a. Basically, she's a SD support. SD gets 1 unit a year if you're lucky. SD was largely a release upon what is it, 2.0 when that came out. Yeah. So SD last year got roughly 3. So you have, but that's not a huge meta shift up. But then they'll forget SD exists about halfway through the damn year. Like they released the new Elysia, which is a support buff for a lot of teams. But that also means Memorial Abyss in arenas and everything else all feed basically it. And right now, ZZZ's in this place where it's starting to get to the point that you know what, if there is a better, I would shift that to somebody else. I tell you, it's hard to find good 5s, 4, 5s, and 6s. I get enough of the ones, 1, 2, 3s. Like, I've had so stacked full of good ones for so long. Fours are really hard, but you always get the wrong attribute. And fortunately, disc farming helps. The main other one with this one is actually still used. So, window, as I said, it's not that necessarily Neko Mata doesn't. Neko Mata's whole mechanic is she was the prototype for the dodge. So, in reality, till they actually have a dodge mechanic where her mechanic triggers upon the dodge, and then using the dodge or evade attack, basically, then get the buff. That's kind of the problem with Jane Doe. Jane Doe's forever basically tied to fan favorite amongst Gooners and Rule 34 people, but realistically, the issue itself is with the meta. Like, if I actually said the issue in the meta is the devs don't know what the fuck they're doing. I hate to say that. It's like Corrin. Corrin falls off. I mean, you can look at this. To the last time I used Corrin. You know. It's dumped. Yep. Dumped automatically. Does it matter? I've been cleaning up old discs for ages. They're trying to get us to use old ones, but good luck on that one. Just saying. They're trying to get us to... And I know why. You're trying to make this game free to play. Friendly. Which, God bless you if you can actually get it to be that way, but I know damn well you can't. It's like Rena. Rena's supposed to use 4 of these. Which in reality, I guess that's because the number crunchers now. But you have to farm, like, farming this comes from the same one that Moonlit Lullaby comes from. See, it's a universal one. Basically, it's a redundant, but it's made for supports. See, Kalida's got changed too. I mean, if you take into account I used to think some of those were good until you start looking at them. Then you also realize why you keep certain things. You keep these because they're good. You keep them because they're a bitch to farm. Because these are part of a usually core. Trust me, as I said, Genshin, I've had to rework them as well. This is just as bad. It's just It never appears that way, but some days I say fuck it and just refarm them. Because especially if it's not a main person, I don't have to worry about it. At least you get the money back on it, basically. Majority of it. Like hers changed too. Piper's like, the funny thing is, like, you can tell. Like, if you ever saw, like, if I ever streamed my Genshin, you would see a version of the game that is about 2 years old. And I'm to the point where I have to refarm. Like, so, Natlon, Hatsu almost. Natlon, strangely enough, a good sleeper character, by the way. Great little character. Some people don't like her. I do. She has a place in the meta. Sons of Caledon characters, surprisingly, from year one, are very strong. Especially damage numbers. Like base, 26, but she's part of Anomaly Mastery, though. She's Anomaly Mastery and Anomaly. She's part of any Anomaly lineups. But she's one of the few 4 stars that get used. Why is that? Fanged metal. Freedom Blues is one of those weird ones. I have to scratch my head that it shows up. It's like Hormone Punk shows up in a weird one too. It's not bad, but it's either used as a random 2 of or a random 4. But I also file it in like division style territory when you get it. See, I used to have more of them, and I've only kept like a couple that are like really good. It's because you have 2 different anomaly efficiencies. You have efficiency and you have mastery. Because there is a day's meta, basically. Which, the day's meta has never died. It's kind of strange to say, but it's a no PID ratio, as I said. Because you could play with. It's like you recommend PID ratio with it. Again, Pin ratio, I stand by it, has zero effect. See, you know where I pulled most of my anomaly proficiency? It's not on 4s. It's on these. It's always on 5s or 6s. I've probably recycled, as I said, a bunch of these. Just to play the game later on. So especially as I said, if they're not in my main lineup, I don't care. I'll just get them out when I need them. Keep some in case I ever have to use it. But a lot of it is just farming it. So I've kept these for the rainy day that I've kept them for the entire rainy. I've kept them for that just so I have them. And see, the problem comes when you need this. Have I ever said the economy's not shit in this game? I'm coming to find that out very quickly. It's like, what are you gonna do with her? She's the only effective shielder in the game right now. Causes people to think. Proto metal is not used. It's like, let's see, because I was looking this over. A lot of these characters, I'm like, you actually changed. It's not that they fell off. So instead of CU1, they have her using Dawn's Blue, which is fine. Kalita, they switched to. Look, they switched her to Shock Disco. Like, that's just basically saying you might as well relegate her to not being good. Ellen, which either a favorite or not, is still polar metal. I mean, she has no other set. It's insulting to call Yanagi basically only +1 tier. If you know how to use her, she is deadlier than shit. Yeah, see, she's still thunder metal, largely. Yeah. She hasn't really changed. Eat it. But, see, this set was always made for my hobby. The funny part is, I expect this set to be used down the line as a 2-piece or a 4-piece for anybody. It has a similar. It's kind of like you can mix and match relics. But largely enough when you're talking about at this game's age. Well, we've gone into year 3. By the way, in rankings, if I ever see 10 Soldier Ambient, like, well, yeah, she deserves +1. I'd probably put her in a 2. Quite honestly. I would 10 Soldier Ambi, or Silver Ambi, basically runs the same problem of she's good, but she's better than Soldier 11, but she's not good. So it makes it really weird. There's a secret meta entirely, too, for anybody who does off-field. Seth is really good, but I don't think Seth is... Excuse me? Well, I do take it back. There's only two characters that use shields in the game. That's Seth and Kaiser. Which are Caesar. Caesar is still... But Seth's and hers is mainly and not is Day's build up. That's where he shines at the end of the day. That's why Seth, until he's utterly replaced, he'll have a slot in a lineup like that. See, there really has a bit of shift. Because he's, as I said, roughly the same. I know you're there. And see, I already have him at, like, what is it, about a 6? Because he'll probably operate in the same vein as, again, that's why I don't get rid of those. So, like, basic attack plus electric damage. It's either A or B, basically. Check something. See, Quinn Yi fell off because, I'll be honest, Kalita and Quinn Yi both. But then again, they're supposed to be stunners. They don't know anything about stunners in the game. Stunners are opposed to daze, but they don't daze. Like, that's kind of like a useless stat unless they... I mean, it works with someone like... So what makes Seed good? Seed functions, has the hidden damage in hers, which is, she has the off-the-field style with her Vanguard system. That's why she's supposed to actually work with, I'm gonna save the other. I don't know if I saved the other one, right? Yeah. I wasn't sure. That's what I thought. Quinn Yi uses, and see, we're not going to be getting a rerun. Like, Alice had nothing entirely. Trigger, which is funny about Trigger's kind of slow for what she does. Like, I have no... Hugo I kind of want to pull for, but to be honest, if Hugo didn't come right before Vivian, that would be a different story. Hugo reruns are basically going to be the one. It's like the only thing I'm missing from my lineups in HSR is a Topaz. I'm missing a Topaz, and I need Topaz, and that's going to be about it. Topaz is the old school. Basically, she's the old school follow-up person in Fire. And that lineup will be complete. But that game has an entire lineup dependent problem. Where if you don't have the unit, it's called get fucked. Sadly. And unfortunately. And then I'll pretty much ask why everyone would just rather just six. Yes, this is like watching a spreadsheet because at the end of the day, we're just trying to squeak out as much damage as humanly possible. Because the end game is about time clearing. And that being said, if a unit is not time clearing, it's being relegated away. Unless you can make it work. These all roll differently. Rate, crit damage. Why would you want crit rate and crit damage? Because, you know, her major attack comes in the form of, because her stuff is basically all in, speed attacks. But then again, time and comfortability clearing is separate. So yeah, a lot of these are very much the case of if you ever try cleaning up your relics in Genshin, you see this. It's borderline a damn nightmare, really. It drives the same person utterly mad. So I was actually doing last night, listening to the stuff. It's like hers. It's like I gotta rework hers. So I didn't realize I'd been using her without that at 60. Don't ask me how. It just happens. Phantoms. Wrong one. Lullaby. So I'm gonna have to refarm all my Phanons. Sadly. See, a lot of these are straightforward. See, a lot of these are using this. Like, this is a piece I should have said anything that was days should be using. Anything that's going to be using rupture or shear force, that's a 4-piece. No exceptions. Um, when Phaethon's Melody came out, that's kind of that one. Really. Yeah, borderline curse, because I need a 6 spot. I mean, ideally you're looking for 2 of these. So if these roll automatic, 4, 5s, and 6s are where you have the variant. And making stuff tanky is not the end of the world. But, the key is but. This is like your every other patch, because part of CU defense and everything else, you have to have the best. I hate to say it, for the tower silver system for tower, if I had to describe it, how the end game is shaking out now is you're having to. This is Honkai Impact on steroids. Honkai Impact 3rd in the Exalted range, they never tell you how hard it is. HSR kind of does it, but this is the actual becoming the true successor to Honkai Impact. Again, I've played those games. I've played all 4 major titles for that. I started off in Honkai. My playstyle reeks from that, if anyone ever knows. The way I switch out. So the concept in Genshin, as an example, in a team of 3 or 4, you have a main DPS, a sub DPS, maybe a healer, and maybe a support. Over there, it's about chaining combos. Here, that's always been built in. That is actually what makes a lot of characters broken. E.g., she's a stunner, but she doesn't act like a stunner. It's the only reason I pulled her. She's a stun agent, but she functions like anything but. But she also has that off the field. That's the same reason Bernice has an off the field effect. Uh, Again, I may probably pass on the octopus because personally, her kit doesn't interest me. And also, anyone who mains her is into bestiality. Just for the record. I have my limit on Thyrans. I really do. Look, HI3 has massive fan service, alright? I understand. Genshin has fan service. This game has one too many furries. Also, I don't need another bad stun agent. I don't care if she's Rupture. Because Rupture, you have to pull their fucking engine. Because they don't work anywhere else. Controversial take, by the way. She was the first Rupture agent. You have to pull her engine to make her work. Or else she's an utterly a neutered character. Which basically is the problem. If you didn't pull this, you're probably fine. Now, the thing about... So she will have the same legacy support Astro Yao has. It also doesn't make her a terrible character to have. But bear in mind, you have 3 characters that serve the same purpose. Astro Yao is generic support and damage boost. She basically is physical that duplicates an element. Which, that's going to be interesting how that ages. I don't know what to make of her yet. She is Rupture support. At the end of the day. Again, very odd. But then again, she's an Aether agent, and Aether agents are few and far between in a year. She's Rupture support. Again, the octopus serves no purpose. Controversial take. And personally, I'm going to level Minoto, the shitty-ass JoJo character, but I'm going to dread using him every single time. I don't care if he becomes tier 0. I'm going to still hate using him. Because again, I will go out of my way. Again, my Thyrin limit's already there. But his kit, by the way, does nothing impressive either. His main perk is he's fire. Shocking, I know. And any guy who mains him is probably gay. Controversial take. Because in reality, Rupture agents serve 1 to 2 purposes. They only serve against enemies that are miasmic fields. Which sounds weird. But those are actually very few and far between. Which... Let's see. I have to go farm out. See, she herself is, it's funny, for a Days agent, she has a high attack. Days agents aren't supposed to have high attacks. The thing about this is, when you talk about lineups, what is meta? CU defense is going to rotate eventually. So you have to have a cast. Now, this year's Universal team is not. Well, okay. Before I say this year's Universal team is probably going to be Team Oval or Spook Squad. But personally, I think half of the team Spook people are going to age out badly. She will still be useful due to her ability to her hard candy ability to basically duplicate an anomaly effect. She can do massive damage. I mean, learning to use her is a separate story. See, Lycon still has a problem. If there's two characters I would rework, one would be Lycon, and the other one would be Soldier 11. Soldier 11 is the weak point of Oval Squad. Probably that Trigger both. Trigger takes to charged attack. Soldier 11's attack pattern's total shit. She's supposed to be fast attack, but she has, if you do not know how to manipulate her attack pattern, and even then, combine her with a little bit of defense, you're not getting a full squad. Lycon still surprisingly shines against single targets, but he's one of the few ice. So, again, a lot of it is they changed the discs. So, here it's like, it copes for her being under what she is. Again, Rupture agents are nothing but, if I had to give them a comparison, they're very similar to Simaru agents. See, the problem with people who skipped her are going to be paying for it later on. It's like you don't skip her, or you don't skip any of the Void Hunters. CU Defense has it. See, arguably I was going to skip her at one point when she first popped up. She's very powerful in hers because her kit, surprisingly, the dream would be to get her to about 3,000 with a very good crit rate and a crit, both crit damage. That's the dream, one can say. You're gonna find out why I hate this. This is always got disliked. Because I know these don't roll good. This is a little mini game you play. If you ever know about relic farming, this is what you have to do. Same shit always happens. You never get good sixes. Ones roll well, between 1 through 3. Easiest way to find rules. Then sometimes you have to live with the 75% rule, which say it's still a good rule, but it's still missing something obvious. Again, the dream is to have one. Have her at like a 60% crit rate. With like, again, that's just the dream. Of course. Fortunately, you can't re-roll these that much. You can't re-roll them. See, that's the only other filling. Means either have to change here or change here. There's no. There's a suitable. Again, some of these you have to keep because, not ultimately because you have to, or it's just, it's marginally better. But Evelyn's a main use. Vivian, on one hand, is always just very busted in damage. Again, why do you want to change? See, to cover the problem with chaotic metal, I think it's the fact that chaotic metal has aged very badly. That's kind of the problem. Chaotic metal has aged very extremely not with the game, but it's also they don't know how to deal with Aether support. If they knew how to deal with See, like, I don't think they know how to deal with Aether support. Because if I think about it, Aether, Aether support in general has been odd. Aether is a generic type that is used, but it isn't used. Like it should. It is used against anything that is not human, but it's not used against anything that is. Like, if you think about it, anything that was Aether used chaotic metal, not because it's... Yeah, so that I was curious. Yes, it's swing jazz on her, but not this one. So I can't think of anybody who still uses... Like, as I said, chaotic metal... Like, I can't think of anything that still uses chaotic metal. Like, they'll recommend it in a low set for, like, Nicole, but it's not aged as well as it should. I mean, a two-piece is, like, pretty useless on it. But then again, corruption effects aren't used. So, corruption damage, meaning if a damage is in a corrupted state or dazed state, that's where something like that shines. And there used to be more of it. Now there isn't. You see is swing jazz. Sadly, I don't use her as much as I used to. She's really actually a good one. Though I found a way to make her work. This was back before you actually have to deal with metas. The issue in metas, as I said, I call it borderline problematic, is you forget characters exist. She herself is not a bad character, as far as story or gameplay goes. Now, is her weakness in the fact that she's part of setting anything on fire in Charged Attack Central? Yes. Her main mechanic is not basic attacks. Her main mechanic is hitting little Goomba goons across a field towards your enemies in a charged attack motion. And basically dive bombing with ranged attacks across 5. That's actually why Lucy is actually in the Fire Agents. Always been. I mean, Piper wins out because she's an anomaly. Lucy, on one hand, now, she's not good in close quarters. She does have a good charge attack, but her charge attack is utterly forgotten about, or is bad because her windup is too slow. Again, part of if I ever use, you could say maybe Bernice has the same problem, in a way. The issue with someone like... See, that's at the risk of characters aging out that they don't support. Now, if you want to talk about the hunt for the Holy Grail, try finding these in the perfect slots where you have everything else good. But I've always used swing jazz for everything, believe it or not. Kind of, it's like in Genshin. If you're playing on a budget, you go with you used to go with the one that buffs claymores. You would go with certain sets, but now you have to go with specific. Again, this is one of those things you can't duplicate these because the variance is too damn big. The variance in disc rolling is near atrocious. Look, I would rather use this, but I can't use that. Plus, I also hate, as I said, this is one of the hardest sets to farm. Again, some people's RNG is different. My RNG is 2483, 2483, 89, 4%, 4 HP, 4 defense. Defense is guaranteed. If defense goes there, crit. That's attack, crit, and it's also defense. Shove. By the way, there's nothing wrong with having extra life. Sometimes you need it. MiHoYo has always had the urge to turn their attack agents into glass cannons. Don't know why. Which is always the dumbest idea. You know what the problem with a glass cannon is? A glass cannon doesn't survive getting hit. Because it's glass. Unfortunately. See, somehow I got my C to be very above damage. See, that actually doesn't look too bad. Like, this is an anomaly. I got really lucky with rolls. She's not recommended to have 3,400 attack. See, about 1,000 defense. It's good. But her in a basic attack is a nightmare. Like, she's recommended between 20... Well, see, her, though, in one section. Depending on who you're going against, because usually you have to have the, see. That fixes most of them. And don't ever rate anything how I buy, why I play. The way I play is I shove the most damage in about the quickest time possible. Because I come from a timed attack meta era of all games. Just for the record. I consider anything less than the tardy time, half the actual time, way off. Sometimes this goes by quicker. Alright. That was not a good start. As I said, part of the weakness that they're starting to develop is charge attacks. See, technically, if I can get them within a realm, it goes by like 30 seconds to 40 seconds. I think the lowest I've ever gotten is like a 43, 45, about a 45. Part of Seed's thing is her Vanguard system. She's designed to work with a stun agent and then a again, Magnus and Orphe. 2.0 trailer. Anybody else? Really? Again, I call anything usually less than that a failure. It's called getting in and getting out as quick as possible. It's probably because I'm too used to Honkai Impact's time limits and in-game. It's where I'm too used to it. And sadly, you're up against the input errors if you are gonna. Input time is not all. See, Genshin doesn't have the input time. It has an input delay. I missed. See, you're still missing. See, here's the half the problem with T-Mobile. I don't like the other two agents. Trigger takes too long in her wind-up. But to make Seed work, you actually have to have that. Seed works, as I said, part of her stuff is a Vanguard system. Vanguard system is what makes it work. But she is designed to have both. But she's utterly designed. I messed that one up. Come on. You're dead, you know it too. I hate robots. Robots are the only enemies that never die as they should. They're trying to make robots less annoying to fight, but the robots are stupid. Robots literally make 0 sense fighting them. I want them in the same spot. They need to be in the same spot. Sadly, the game does not like you to finish as quick as possible. If you're already in the top 1% or 2%, bear in mind anything short is really bad. That's why I said Honkai Impact teaches you really bad habits. And actually, because I pulled 2 agents back to back, it's all. See, actually, there were 3 I actually had to pull back. You know they say a par. I just want you to know. Par, they say for the lowest at 3 is less than 2 minutes. You have to forgive me if I don't go by that. Top 10% clears or top 3% clears. It never works. See, every time you see like an insane damage, they're trying to pack in the most damage humanly possible. Now, the problem with certain people's characters, in terms of it, are they good at like this? Sadly, you actually have to have multiple light ups now for multiple reasons. Hello? Thank you. This is probably why you never trust the other. You never get a. See, everyone talks about, oh, the character does insane damage. Good. Let me see yours. Let me see you do Abyss. That's why I'm often like with people, like, let me see your Abyss runs in Honkai Impact 3rd. And impress me there. They talk like they're gods, but I know they're not gods. Basically. Here I'm at the mercy of how much they let me switch. Because this game is not designed for that. What? You guys stay right here. Stay right here for me. And you're good. Nope. Oh. They didn't want to cooperate and stay in one spot. Only if they stayed one spot. It's not hard to ask. Crowd control. That's all I ask. See, reworking relics is... The relic system's always been annoying. But the difference between top tier relics and then the other ones are entirely simple. See, technically, my favorite teams, one of my favorites, it's just an absolute blast clear team, is Fate, Yushuan and Jufufu and Astro Yao. Two off the field effects, and also the mobility utterly of Yushuan. I probably burn through more AP than I even think. I swear sometimes load screens are longer than the other. But then you get to the battle tower, and then you're like, well, we might need that one. It don't make these easy to farm. Because everything is pretty much using these. But it's a part of the problem with like Lycon. Lycon's good, but Lycon's the only ice that people have access to. Ice is also one of those very rare elements. There's not really a 4-star of it. Like, Caledon was fire, largely. See, what gets me, though, is seriously. Krampus we did not need. I could actually have a whole rant on Krampus. Krampus's team was not needed. It should have been the Idol team this year. Idol team is supposed to be support and ice. But then again, they only got 3 members. But that's never stopped them because Astro Yao's team is 2 people. Also, nothing wrong with corner camping and repeatedly stunning. Secret is not to let them move. CU defense is pretty simple if it's the same rotation. So, again, usually I don't pull stuff, so it's never an issue, so again, I'll probably skip pulls and I'm A-okay. You get like 90 a day, but reality is it's simple. It's just you probably are going to use it. So sadly, I got more fucking balloon than I did anything else. This is the other half of the game you have to figure out too. It's not just earning it. It's actually getting it to work out perfectly. What do we need? use. What do they say, at least? Seed's character does not grow on you. She's, again, if MiHoYo and their attraction to fucked up child soldiers or people with tragic pasts. And bait and switch is kind of how it works. Where we actually got bait and switched on her for a while. She was never perfect. Her theme, I mean, Seed, it's partly the, I may have to live with it. I have to live with that. I'm not looking for any more of those. You're trying to get to the point of it's going to be really ridiculous when you try to get into farming out the most ridiculous ones. Basically, you spend money like it's just pure water. See, it took me a little bit to refarm her shit, which caused me to be really annoyed. So I already had like a bunch, but dear God. I've been trying to get her utterly usable. To get her usable, even before I actually level her, I have to actually have her discs. That's just a fact. Without them, I wouldn't even use her. Evelyn, Zuyon, Hugo. It's like, who doesn't use this set now? Five. See, that's a problem. So either you go here, go there. Because the concept is you have her. Funny if she turns out entirely to be glass cannony. She's always going to be borderline glass cannon, though. Because that's the way she's designed. That's the problem with Soldier 11. Soldier 11 has the attack pattern of A and B, but lacks the defense and maneuverability. That's why I've never. Year one pools, as I said, she partly hasn't aged particularly great. Ideally, that would be it. You'd have to find a switch. So you'd have to switch this out here. Get that in the crit rate. Should be right here. If you switched out to this, which is attack at 12. Well, we're talking years way above. I mean, if your CHC was about 3%, 33, 34, yeah. But that's like flat monstrosity rates. Not kidding. You're basically asking for I mean, 6% isn't anything. $39.78. See, flat attack rates, because that 6% doesn't change anything. That's the really big deal. Like, if this is the hypothetically, if. See, she's still too utterly glass cannon designed. But she's designed around being fast attack, so she was the first Aether character given to us. So, well, not really given. It was actually what we say Ellen. So Ellen was the first 5-star. Everyone was basically saying wait for Zhu Yuan. Basically. Is what we were talking about. You waited for her. 4. Attack crit rate. That's a anomaly. Roughly similar. What's defense though? 60. Hmm. 1 second. Yeah, it's gonna be the trick, isn't it? Hmm. All right. Hmm. Hmm. No. Let's see. Really? Wow. Why would you have that as a pillow? Hmm. I mean, it would probably be a lot easier. See, technically, achieving money in the game is not hard. Blowing through it's a lot easier. So the problem is, tell you how long I haven't used her. I want to say it's the same shiyu defense from the prior period. Crap. Oh, crap. Hmm. It's always annoying because I didn't get CU defense up or forget to do it. CU defense, it was pretty easy right up until. Really. Really. That is annoying, by the way. Hmm. Really. Not good. I have to search for 4. See, here's the problem. See, I'll get to it. I'll just see. I want to have at least her because I know some of them require. Because I know some of them are requiring. So stupid. Like trying to fix this is so stupid. God damn it. See, the problem itself is I may not need her, but I may have to hunt another day for stuff for her. So, nope. Grace, how? 4 be anomaly. Good God, though. So. Hmm. Mm. Mm. It's too fast attacks. So. Too fast attacks, though. So basically, all right. See, she is basically the one that her hard candy ability changes everything. If I needed DPS, I could always just shove my obby, but dear God, shoving my obby into a lineup like that is. You understand. Really? I want that to be attack. Crit rate. That's not good. Once. 1 second. And you do? What did you do? So be bad to walk over there. Oh. You work her. Hmm. Seth. God. It's terrible. Swing jazz, hormone, punk, or proto. Data. See, it creates a hole right now. Nope. See, technically, this is going to repeat after a bit, so you figure out the lineup, you know that works. The key about her is disorder. most of her damage basically is going to come. Like, that's the weakness of her weakness is ultimately how much disorder damage can you get. Her damage is entirely based on that. Hmm. She ain't gonna work. See, Seth made it work because I had the days before. Now that doesn't work at all. Go too slow. Hmm. It's terrible. Fire, physical, ice, ether. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, technically, if you swapped it, it would make sense. Fire, physical. Fire, physical. Hmm. So Kaiser. A luster. See, every time I go looking for her, I don't find her. Could. Ice Aether. Ugh. That makes it actually pretty bad, though. Technically, if I wanted to cheese it, in reality, instead of have her, basically, instead of having her, have Evelyn, Astra, and then another one. So, because physical feels like a trap. I could break it that one. Ice Aether. At this point, you just force damage. You think the damage would make up for it. Really? Hmm. Again, this is probably not going to be that. I could probably clear it more efficient, but I don't like that first part. Because I don't think my aether clears are not the problem. My aether clearing is not the problem. That's always the front part. Damn it. I see, I need the front part. Because the problem with these is the front loading of it. The front part is usually that. Because HSR still has that problem. Because that's too low for that's too high for higher levels. That's robots. So you either go him or her. Ugh. Electric. Resistant to fire. That's why I said there's part of the problem with the electric robots. Robots are shit to fight against. We could force it. That's just a restriction. You have to have 3. Nice. Yeah, see if it. Ice Aether. Say fuck it with that port. Ice Aether. Vivian. Sounds better. It's feeling a lot better at this point. So, yeah. Yeah. You know what the oddest part about this is? This part's great. Though I got lucky when he was given for free, so I don't have to actually pull the other. Worst part I find about him is an archer in a game. But Yanagi's damage comes from disorder. Oh, it's so forward. I hate robots. These aren't the worst ones, but they're bad. I would like for my E to go off on time, though that would help. Nope. Nope, nope. See, not having Seth is a pain in the ass. Seth is actually a daze. Changes to Yanagi. Feel better, but the other. The fun part about some of the support, they're ranged. I was actually looking at the character they just put into Genshin. Catalyst user that fights literally with their fists and feet. Like a martial artist. Yeah, believe it or not, but it's a catalyst user. See, I'm not having issues with Aether. That's my complaint. The conditions on the other ones are usually the harder parts. So you're therefore tossing damage that you should. Really? And see, technically, if I freed up Fufu, I would ideally rather have her, Astra, and Fufu. But right now, that's disappointing. Right there. See, now it's got to repeat. Just more difficult. It's like 3 types of enemies that repeat themselves. See, if it wasn't resistant to fire, which I would still do, it could still do.
You have my complete support.
Need something?
Ooh, we really harmonize. You know, I really... Fufu's here. Now it's my turn.
See, that fire resistance is a potential issue. But that would be taking advantage of our full Vanguard system.
This weather's perfect for a little exploring. How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it.
See, the secret about her is the anomaly buildup.
Come to the seaside with me, Lord Phaethon. Is the concert starting?
That's actually why her and Fufu is like
We really harmonize.
retarded in the same aspect. Theoretically, resistance means shit if you just pump damage. But again, this is taking advantage of her Vanguard system. Vanguard is what makes her strong. Vanguard. So that's why you pair her with a fast attack and you pair her with a stun. When I talk about fan service characters, Seed is entirely one. Her base was probably the character off Eureka 7, combined with Diva, and also based off Appleseed. But her personality is literally of a child. Now we're closer to the robots that I hate. Those robots are the worst. The bipedal ones are the scariest of the bunch. If I need to get my Queen E back up. She's at least a stun, so. This wave 3. It's really bad when I have to use her ult. I don't think I can count 2 hands how many times I've used her ult. That's still prior. Demo and about. So within the demo of her, it's like she never gets there. You know that fight's gone on too long. I really botched that one.
I got you. I'll watch over you. Let me handle this. Leave it to me. Such a pain. Even the waves can't.
So the solution probably
An opening. What an eyesore.
still gonna get it. But eventually was gonna have that buff. Using now. I lose more time on the front end than I lose on the back. That's not a good sign. The back end of these aren't bad. Surprisingly enough. It's kind of sad when Ju Fufu is actually your fucking best one on the first team. Fire physical. There's a lineup I could try at 60. I think I can go with my original concept.
How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it.
Why change something that you know works?
Want a glass of nitro fuel?
I need to get the order right.
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
I'd love to showcase Lucy, but yeah, Lucy's good in the aspect of that. Shit, but that's probably what she's thought. Ether with the other one. Ether with physical resistance.
How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it.
See, there is a lot of padding in these. Like, if you really need damage, strangely enough, test that, see if that works. Evelyn, Astra, and you could go Bernice. Evelyn, Astra, and Bernice. Weirdly enough. Which is funny.
We fighting? Take me.
I wonder if that works.
Only the brave will win.
I'll know if it doesn't.
Fufu's here.
Evelyn.
From any danger.
You want Bernice on the other end. Bernice in the middle. Bernice would be the middle one. Combo finisher. Combo finisher would be.
Want a glass of nitro?
Combo finisher would be her. Because she's at the end of the rotation.
Let's make a grand entrance. This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
It's not resistant to Aether. It's actually an interesting part.
What brings you here this time?
Fufu's here.
I mean, spamming Aether is not the problem right now.
How about a little late night
It's that
adventure?
front part that I have issues with.
Hollow adventure is a go.
Right? See, other than that, it's basically the problem in HSR. Front load your others and then have enough that you have the back end to clear.
I'll take over now.
Sometimes changing things will cause issues in lineups.
Your journey ends with me. Heads up. Nothing reaches my defense. I'll protect you, Miss Yap. The best defense is a strong offense. You have no means of escape.
Why are you so effing tanky? Jesus. You're not normally this tanky. The solution
Nothing slips through my defense.
Ooh, it's not gonna be a good one. I should have gone with Kaiser. Go with Kaiser, then go with the other. It's gonna work. It takes too long. That's what I was talking about. Bihoyo at the end always has issues like this.
I'll protect you from any danger.
Ooh, we really harmonize.
They make it They make it a little too hard.
Let's fire it up.
When you make it, when you make your in-game very meta dependent, because the idea is both Aether and Fire both get that. That's nothing new. That's like Memorial Abyss. I mean, it's really gets really dumb later. Fretted. Weird about the back. You're trying to get it to where you have to use. Something that makes a lot of days would be perfect.
We fighting? Take me.
Let's fire it up. Foo-foo's here.
That's why I've always said Sons of Caledon are probably one of the best and the most used in year one.
Nice work, Bernice. Ready. Let me at him. Hey, let's have some fun. Not one step further. Ready. Let me at him.
Caesar, I'll help.
Ready.
Flames follow my course. Let me share the load.
Let me at him.
If she is the tankiest things ever.
Ready. Time to shine. I won't budge. And one step.
This is more or less what we have to deal with in the end game for the longest time between Deadly Assault and Shiyu defense. There are not even level 60 bosses that are that tough. See how tough they are on the bottom. Seed, Orphean, Magnus, and Ju Fufu. The only one I can think of. Unless you literally have an Aether.
Victory's mine.
I have never seen shit that takes this much damage. Unless you literally use in every lineup, which is contrary to the actual element, which would be a fire or an aether, which if you really stack both, is really rupture is aether.
Don't hesitate, Blaze. Follow my blade.
I hate this front end of these. The front end of these are bad.
Brave, fear nothing. Time to die. I won't budge. Even one step.
The front end alone should just... They're surviving by the hair of their own ass. Bushuan, Astra. Faster on the side?
I'll watch over you. Let's make this quick.
Bad time not to use it.
Swift yet still. As decreed.
Leave it to me.
Step back.
Really?
An opening.
I got you.
Leave it to me.
It's that front end. I swear to God the front end of these are bad.
Please watch closely. This race is for you alone.
Like, I don't get why the front end of all of these are bad.
Ruthless speed. Attack with me.
Now, if it was designed,
Inadequate.
I got
I'll watch over you.
like a shadow.
Cycle of yin and yang. Scatter.
Out of my sight. Return to the sea of dreams.
oh, you fuck you, your sheer force should just obliterate half of these.
Whirling wave. Don't worry.
Leave it to me. Shift. I'll watch over you.
I swear they increased the HP of these on purpose because they know how much damage we can do.
Diesel shall be purged.
And it's to the point it gets ridiculous. Because it's not in any other mode.
Allow me.
Let's make this quick.
Off right.
Leave it to me.
Ready, right?
Obliterate form and spirit.
My turn. In the name of the night enemy. This battlefield belongs to us.
Strength and connect.
Wanna play a game?
Ridiculous. That's not gonna get any better. So if I move that, Ju Foo Foo, test something. I mean, that's why they give you like 30 days to do this. They give you like 18 days, traditionally. It's like 14, it's sometimes like 14, 15 days.
We fighting? Take me.
Let's see.
What brings you here this time?
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
1, 2.
Now it's my turn.
Here.
Please side with me, Lord.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it.
the usual can just basically be Aether. She's Aether by nature. She's Aether exactly by nature, because all ruptures are.
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
Ice, which is the opposite.
Only the brave will win.
Wanna go
So the
on a
problem
date with me?
itself,
Take me.
days
Today's reading is Be a Hero.
corrupt. Maybe like 3. How would we resistant to electric?
Where are we going? There's no class today.
To my knowledge. Fire. Weak to physical. Resistant to ice. Agents with support abilities. Their whole squad's lasting 20 seconds. Which are 20%. So that means you need sheer force in both.
Got a new ghost story to share?
I can help you ward off misfortune.
Come to the How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it. This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
What brings you here this time?
Foo-foo's here.
That makes the problem if you shove Astro yeah on the bottom side. Because there's going to be no team cohesion at that bottom. Unless you put her as a sheer force. So if you put her as the sheer force, anybody, oh, it makes him you have to use him.
I'm not late, am I? At your command.
7. That's taking Lucia off the bottom. If you take Lucia off the bottom, See, it'd be great to abuse her. Because that would actually be the ideal. She is both physical and anything the prior used on the hard candy. It's usually why I've never had that issue before.
Let's make a grand entrance.
Bottom is ether.
How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it. This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
Eradicate all evil. My blade is ready. Soar with the wind. Allow me song with everyone. Careful, ambush! An open. Alright, I'll take them. Allow me.
But my song moves
An
everyone.
open.
Change is mine.
Allow me.
But my song moves
An open.
Change is mine.
Allow me.
Listen to This song is dedicated to the world.
Why do you have to have immunity?
Your fate is sealed. Let's get still. An open. Allow me.
Change is mine.
An opening.
But my song moves everyone.
Allow me.
Alright, I'll take the money.
An opening.
Change is mine.
Allow me.
Alright, I'll take the
An
money.
opening. Obliterate form and spirit. As decreed. Evil shall be purged.
You think of how much damage this lineup puts out.
Song moves everyone.
Allow me.
Definitely quicker.
An opening.
Lose yourself in the music.
Reality and illusion.
Stage is mine.
Weirdly enough, he did seed
Allow me.
Lucia and the other, but
An opening.
Song needs everyone.
these things are just tanky. That's the problem.
Stage is mine.
Tankiness doesn't make difficulty, though. It just turns them into sponges. These are sponge. That's the problem.
Your fate is sealed.
I see what someone was talking about with some of it is, yes, time attacking a challenge. It's like the same in HSR about turn attacks. Every other.
Strength and finesse. Obliterate form and spirit.
Oh,
Scatter. Spirit and form.
the only other thing would be get Yuza up. They'd have Yuza and Lucia.
Don't worry. I got you. Okay.
My blade is already sheathed.
Please watch closely. This place is for you alone. Right. Wanna play a game? Alright. Drawn from countless legends. Dreams. Great armor at my command.
I sit. I swear on my blade.
Oh, God. Why does this thing have so much health? Literally.
I got you.
So even under disorder, right? Corrupted, disorder. This thing is still. There's probably a solution to this quicker. Those are. No! Really? Those attacks should use. One too many ults, I tell you.
This battlefield belongs to us.
No time to waste.
See, Yuzua with her might be the answer. Because she's Aether, you get additional sheer force, but I don't know who you put as the other. Sheer force is a separate That's just not going to work. That's a bad one in the first place. I don't think that's gonna work because they're gonna get worse. Electric reset ice.
This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
Is it time to clock out? Is the concert starting?
A good gauge if you have to do it.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
This weather's perfect for a little exploring. The Night Emissary's Hollow Adventure is a go!
I'm on time today. Yeah, I'm here. Take over, Tsukishiro. Ready.
Alright, I'll take them on.
With a clear mind, arrows fly through. Fine. Take over, Tsukishiro.
Such provocations don't go unanswered.
This song is dedicated to the world.
We press on.
The string won't snap, the plan won't break. I'm on time today.
In pursuit. Watch your six.
Take over.
Press the attack. In pursuit. Waste of time.
I'm ever heard the whistle of arrows in flight.
Surrender. Mind and body.
The string won't snap, the plan won't crack.
One spread will suffice. They're coming hard. Press the attack.
Abusing sheer force probably seems to be the only way. Those floors are too tanky. God, why does everything have to be sheer force? Yeah, that is so stupid. It's not good. What even makes the other one? Makes me wonder. That's deadly assault this week. The Defiler. I fought that one yet. And Butcher. That's the new boss. Fuck. Electric and Aether. Ice and Aether. Ice and Aether and Electric and Aether. Electric and Aether, Ice and Aether. It's just Aether, then you have the other one. That's that one's physical, and then the other. Which would be electric and physical. Both these require Aether. Ice and Aether is pretty simple.
How about a little late-night adventure? I promise.
Eradicate all evil.
Let me say Sakaku.
Zokaku, ready!
So normally it is Sakaku.
Is it work time? Is food included?
Third's gonna have to be Astro. Hold on. Damage dealt by is increased by well notorious and that is an ether state. Which reduce stage value.
How about a little late-night adventure? I promise you'll love it.
Disorder. Yeah, so that's it's the greatest.
Eradicate all evil.
Ooh, we really harmonize.
Rupture specialty. Assuming you have two electrics because ice and that. There's no ice attribute. No ice. About that, I really, what the fuck are you doing, cat? I get up here and leave. Ah, go, move. Don't complain. Serious. Really? Technically, I see the combined attack. That would be good for the second. Yeah. Of course you're being weird. I have the right to say something. Yes. Those for both. Alright. So yes, delusional dream, anomaly proficiency, which would be an anomaly team. And then the other one is going to be a rupture team, which is miasma shield, which works for the other one. Alright, so dreaming delusional. I'd probably say if the buff can be used multiple, pinnacle and rupture goes to the first. But it also depends where you put it. Hitting me makes it stun. Which, but that also puts a lot. Full squads. Crit damage by 20, 60%. Therefore, after. It's chaining. So now the problem is. Let's look at the focus. It's also that weird time of day cats decide to be a pain in the ass. So ice and aether. See, that's the problem. Weakness is aether, so resistance is ice. Let's see, rupture pen.
Perfect for a little
What brings you here this time?
So, I mean, quickly. Doesn't duplicate the damage, but it dupes the other one. It dupes the other. I'm not sure if that's the case. Apologize for that. Sometimes it just
Allow me
gets
to watch over you.
so.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
What's the point multiplier? Pulling 3 defensive assists within 3 seconds. So performing 3. Let's see. 3 orbits can be obtained. Therefore. Take it increases by 30. So. Orbit 3 defensive assist within 30. 1,000 points. Which, I mean, it's either way, but it's either.
about a little later.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
Indeed.
Ooh, we really harmonized.
But if you want to shove points, you go to Future 1. I mean, if this works.
Obliterate form and spirit.
If you stack Lucia, that'd be more.
Purge corruption, restore clarity. Evil shall be purged.
My song is with you.
Purge corruption, restore clarity.
It would be more. Then you switch. Then you switch the other one to anomaly. You switch the other. Eh, not the greatest, but that was a test more than anything else. Thing is, you can always reset this every week. So you can reset it if you don't like the score. Hold on. Yeah. See, Rupture specialty agent increases reduces 30% shield faster. Hits required. But that is also like a trap as well. Which yeah. Because I'm gonna know. Aether.
I can help you ward off misfortune.
This weather's perfect for a little explore. The Night Emissary's Hollow Adventure is a go.
Because the miasma shield is just good for them. Honestly. You know what? Shits and grins if I did level up Minota. Yeah. As much as I hate it, probably would be 20.
Let's get this fixed.
16's not bad. Actually, pretty damn good. If we're not giving a shit. 3,000 off. Fuck off. You know, it's funny about that. That could be easily replace the, see, Ju Fufu, right? Like, think about it as, like, Ju Fufu isn't the weak point of that team. The other one. But if you change it, it's entirely separate. Like, if you change that, but that combos off. But that works. Defiler with a with less anomaly damage. I mean, it could be done. With violent. Boss damage of the bottom anomaly is 50%. Yeah, see, this is where you want the anomaly. This is where you want the anomaly. Hi. Yeah.
How about a little late night adventure?
This is the path I follow.
Huh. It's told you think you're being sneaky and you're not.
The concert starting?
See, that would be easier. See, what gives it is impaired. Impaired is different. Because honestly, it'd be funny.
This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
Need something?
Only the brave will win. That's me!
I mean, once you get the idea which lineup is better.
The sacred path must not be profaned!
Dirty trick.
This is the brand new boss.
Enemy to section 6 shall pay.
Ever heard the whistle of arrows in flight?
One step further.
That's not good.
Rising tide.
Oh, oh, you're an obnoxious boss. Oh, that's just. Oh, that's just. Oh, that's a game mechanic. That is a. That's. That's. There's nothing nice about that boss. Nothing. Good lord. Just read that boss with a fucking passion. Jesus. Oof. So you save that and you break the other one. Oh, that suck. Weak is electric. When agents knock down the defiler attack, resets that increase, therefore impaired. But you have to break the thing in the middle. See, it may be better.
This weather's perfect for a
What brings you here this time?
Whew, that's gonna be a tough boss, though. I could see it, though, if you use the electric one. Mm-mm-mm. Unless you use that one. Oliver! 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 I hate it. Oliver! Now! Ugh. Being a brat today. Something with a lot of damage. Hold on. I think there's a rupture. Rupture would be But it's a rupture agent. Because if the third's gonna be Lucia. But it also makes Dead End Butcher is gonna be different too. You can move Dead End Butcher to the other end, the other one. I mean, it'd be simple if I could go 3. That would work regardless. It'd just be getting that 3,000.
Asset can. Is the concert starting?
This is why I don't do story content ever. Because I get lost in these. I have more fun in exploring in this. But if I need to, I'll probably maybe need a...
Yin and yang. The best defense is a strong offense. Your fate is sealed. This song is dedicated to the world. Strength and connect. Don't cross the line. Grip yet still.
Wouldn't go it. Yes, that's why you should go Jufufu and the other one. Yeah, I can tell the damage is too low.
This weather's perfect.
I can help you ward off misfortune at
Today's reading it. How about a little late night adventure? The Night Emissary's Hollow Adventure is a go.
Damn. It's at least a decent for this one.
Slumber in the night.
Annoying.
Let's get still. I'm supreme. Swift yet still, clear yet murky.
Slumber in the Reaper Jump! The name of the night, everybody! Wanna play a game?
The key is breaking that miasmic shield. Or I screwed up.
Cycle of yin and yang. Evil shall be purged.
But yeah, but that's the lineup for it. That's the lineup. I mean, the lineup is that one. Can't let that miasmic shield stay too long. But that lineup is the one you need for it. There's a way you could actually cheese that, though. Because Notorious Butcher, the Filer's gonna bitch too. If you stick your best ones there, it's gonna be different.
Feeling hungry? Let me make you a
No. Can I just have damage? Attack plus 30? Can I? Can I just have damage versus bosses, please? Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Phil. See you next time.
Thank you very much. I mean, Aether. It's like, they assume you have, like, they assume you just basically shove, like, 500 every single Aether agent you ever have at it. But that wouldn't be the thing. Now, finding the one for the dead-end butcher, that's going to be a trick.
Wanna play a game?
Cycle of yin and yang.
I have to break that miasmic shield sooner. I have to break that miasmic shield. That's just the problem. Everyone hits well, it's just that timing. It's the only problem.
Got a new ghost story to share?
Asset confirmed. Preparing to move out.
Is the concert starting? The stage will be mine.
Yes.
Where are we going? There's no class.
I'll protect you from any danger.
Ooh, we really harmonize.
Don't touch me.
It's dangerous. Please stay behind me.
What a show!
You're more annoying.
I'll protect you.
Come on.
Your journey ends with me.
Please, watch closely. This way is for you alone.
But you want disorder here. Less of a damage team and more of a disorder.
Nothing reaches my heart. I'll take point.
Yeah, you want stuff to introduce. You want stuff that inflicts disorder. Disorder's probably on that one. That means anything that's borderline anomaly or anomaly heavy. Anything that's anomaly heavy. Nice and Aether, huh?
A little lakeside adventure. I promise you'll love it.
Ooh, we really harmonize.
You have my complete support.
Is the concert starting?
You're
One,
ready. All these.
two,
You have my complete
three.
Ooh, we really harmonize. Let's make a grand entrance.
Maximum 5,000.
start, Chief. Well done. Leave the rest to me. We Yanagi, I'll handle it. Good work. Here to assist.
Here.
Leave the rest.
Something a days though. The only issue with these lines, some of these, they're like a lot harder than they appear. Because it's actually worse. If the answer is not, because the answer is not a novel. I mean, if you took straight,
This weather's perfect for a little exploring.
prime example,
I
here,
can't
here,
wait. How about a little late night adventure? I promise you'll love it.
probably,
No problem. On my way.
probability is. The problem is, it doesn't stick around long enough to get it.
Allow me.
Wanna play a game? Even the rage.
Look yet still. Let's make this quick.
Off my feet. Now. Run for countless legends, melodies, and dreams. Ruthless speed.
An opening for fate is sealed.
Because, this is where the fun part is, trying to figure it out and duplicate it.
Wanna play a game? Leave Lord Satan alone.
Obliterate form and spirit. As decreed. An opportunity. Don't get careless.
Lumber in the night.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Leave it to me.
That's not. No, see, that's not enough. See, the anomaly. Got the wrong attribute as well. Shit. I don't even think that works.
I really like your Zen. Today's reading is Be a Hero. We're up, Hooey!
That's the problem with these. The end challenges. I don't know. See, I want to say that CU defense was tougher easier last week. But this week's just. But it's the same conditions. Feels like that. But this is deadly assault.
Give him a full salvo, Steve Senior!
Oh.
Listen carefully. The tide of fate.
I don't like that. Oh, that is so gay. That is not. A boss with a white mechanic is such a. I'm not gonna lie. Damn it. Boss has a white mechanic too. Boss has a. Why do you give a boss a. That's the only issue with that boss. That boss is just a pure. Be honest, that's just a pure garbage if that's the case. Yeah, I'll have to figure that one out because this, at least, is possible. But the question's here. If you go here and you go that one. But I wouldn't exactly say Jufufu is the right one. Really, I want somebody else in that spot, though. If I ever wanted to, it would be one of them. So I have it. Not having Quinn Yi right now is not good, because that would be in the electric.
Allow me to watch over you.
Test something.
This weather's perfect for a little
But it didn't feel like that when it worked, though.
Clock out.
Yahoo! See, at your service.
Because it does a bunch of damage to her. Because that's the whole thing. It does a bunch of damage.
If you need help, call me anytime.
That's the only downside.
Ooh, we really harmonize.
It's just figuring out how to duplicate it, because she has the one white mechanic, but the problem is that white mechanic is just...
Are a blight upon this world.
But CS doesn't work as much.
Take over.
Yeah, that's the problem, is figuring out that white mechanic. See, figuring out the white mechanic is the main problem.
How about a little like what brings you here this
No, so it's purely without looking at that one up. Hold on. Curious. It's the Defiler boss. This is different. Destroy the blade during the tsunami attack. Deadliest attack, reminiscent of Nef 8 Aether. Interesting.
we're going now? No problem. On the way.
But yeah, that's definitely because you're supposed to destroy a blade to get the other one. It's actually how you're supposed to get the barrier.
Pretty cool, huh?
The endlessly chasing perfection are it's one of them. Why are your iframes so shit?
Cycle of yin and yang.
Her iframes are really annoying.
Clear yet murky.
Yeah, her iframes are goddamn trash. I go used to go folks. That boss is a horrible. Yeah, it can be done. It's just, but yes, the story that the filer is part of is that. Let's see, I promise story. I mean, you know, it's funny. They have. See, I mean, see, I'm still, I think, what is it? 2.1 is where I'm at? 2.1 was official, my story? I'm very curious with the 2.1 story. Because you end with the photograph, which is of the teacher.
Junior, you remember Damien, right?
A banquet invitation? Judging by the look on your and my brother's faces just now, I thought he had sent some kind of...
He wouldn't dare. If it weren't for all of us from Yunquei Summit helping him take care of the Exaltists. But as for the invitation, it does seem to have a...
Here's the situation. Even though Top suppressed any media about the Exaltists causing chaos in Waifei Peninsula, the production of porcelain is super important.
But what does the safety inspection have to do with the banquet?
Think about it, Junior. With an investigation happening, many relevant people, although the security investigation doesn't involve
Senior Suryuan told me that right after, according to Shifu's philosophy, Yunquei Summit shouldn't get too close to Porcelumix. But since we're active in
If you ask me,
why do you say that?
Shifu and Senior Shuyuan returned to Yunquei Summit a while ago and won't be back anytime soon. Besides, he already knows Shifu isn't a...
The three of us?
Oh, you mean Senior Fufu? Well, we happened to learn yesterday that she had failed her arithmetic course, so Shifu called her back overnight for remedial lessons. I'm afraid she won't be able to...
I didn't expect the academic. Anyway, getting back to the point.
I agree. Plus...
All right, it's settled then.
I'm at 2.2. I'm at 2.1. I'm at 2.2.
Who must have gone to Yamchasin. Better go meet them there.
Totally not a Genshin character. She reminds me of the one from, it escapes her name. Starts with a K. Man, she's also very similar to somebody else. A majority of this one's all side content. The last two.
From Yunquei as the host, having at least you two and Master Pun show up.
Mr. Damien, it seems.
Not at all. Please.
You seem to be in a pretty good mood.
Your words always cut with the Exaltus appear. To be honest with you both, Hollow Security was original.
I understand now. Sounds like you're about to take over security.
Come now, but after seeing,
Oh? Why's that?
why don't you have? There are quite a few guests, and all these elegantly dressed guests. Their presence allows us to dim, and we also sent invitation.
I heard that Tops and the military often.
So it would prove
It seems that knowing who's
correct. Do you see that lady over?
But she's not wearing a
That's because Missy Zolda is not a military officer. Instead of sending high rank, of course, though production was.
No wonder you're so relaxed.
Those are members of the It took great effort to.
Dear guests.
Looks like it's time.
Dear guests, thank you for coming to
Greetings, everyone. I'm Ferox.
I've seen Lucro and Ferox on TV. Mr. Damien, those two must be your.
That's right. After the fall of the old capital, Porcelumex's management went.
Everything goes back to the fall of the old capital.
Ultimate victors.
That's one thing we've determined in game. Whatever happened at the fall of the old capital. But then again, give them about 6 years, they might explain it.
The reason I was able to become the but the price of remaining neutral is that I've completely lost any chance of moving up.
We will work closely. Ladies and gentlemen.
Enjoy the banquet.
Because I think even the current story, going forward, it all goes back to Hollow Zero.
I'd like to take a quick stroll.
All right, I'll take a look around.
Because it all goes back, everything at least. Because I don't know if they're going to explain it by, like, what's it, 2? Everything goes back to it. Because apparently the one guy's sister is going to be the 5th member of the Yokai Summon. That's going to be the 5th member. That's the person I think it's going to be. And I think she's after. She's next patch. Because now hopefully this comes to the end at some point. Because they finally have all their VCs. Maybe their the VA strike's kind of done. So hopefully, this comes to an end eventually.
How was it?
We have actually voiced lines for once.
What everyone cares about isn't the Exaltists, or even the safe.
I completely agree. Even if there are some but let's not worry.
Come on, let's enjoy a proper meal, Wise.
All right.
Wow, the ingredients
Enjoy.
are-
My apologies, miss.
It's okay.
I'm terribly sorry.
This was Alice.
Excuse me, you dropped something.
Oh, sorry about that.
Here.
Thank you both very much. Oh, you're with the safety inspection team. Wow, you look so young. And you're already an expert in the ether industry? Sorry, I must excuse myself. Did I say something wrong?
Young lady, seems you're completely at a loss.
If I'm not mistaken, you're the military research consultant.
That's right. My name's Isolde. That girl and I are both decorative props. Just here for show.
If I've ever said this game, people would tell you this game is nice and cheerful. I've never either played a MiHoYo game that's actually there, or they've just played too much Genji. Almost every one of these characters has a tragic story. Some form.
The time fields. Not only one of the oldest noble families in New Eridu, but also the patent for the anti-corruption medicine widely used on the market today belongs to your grandfather. If this respected and prestigious surname appears on the investigation team roster, the citizens will surely feel more at ease.
You flatter me. It's just that my grandfather is seriously ill. I really don't think he can handle this.
You misunderstand me. All I need is this surname to appear on the list.
But I'm just a student. I'm not...
Porcelumex has every right to file a lawsuit against your family and hold you accountable. The reason? Your family concealed major risks involved.
That's complete nonsense. It was...
So what? Miss, I wouldn't want anything unfortunate.
Grandpa... What's going on? What's that?
Well, you're...
The knocking on the door...
It wasn't just your man. Belle, let's go
We call that Spook Squad.
Master Pawn...
I don't like that whole faction.
really appeared outside my window.
Let's put the vow. I believe what you said is true. Why else would you have come all the way? But I really couldn't.
To be precise, it was crooked by 22 degrees to the left. But it's not that I've misunderstood the mystic arts. I've come because a friend told me that Mr. Wise and Miss... We're here, Signorine Who.
Oh, perfect timing.
What? Hi. I'm Belle.
Belle, did you not bring that up again? I see. So you spotted...
To be honest, Ms. Montefio and I both attend... Actually, I had planned to ask Porcelumix's staff for help with this. I can't share all the details. After hearing rumors that Alice might only be on the inspection team because of her family name, I asked... We're not sure exactly what... Since Ms. Montefio spoke as agreed, I'll be...
So, Belle, what do you think?
Said there's a character, she's not going to age well.
Well, she is a friend... do you charge if it's about the commission?
Oh, that's no problem. No, don't worry. Here it.
Hey, Signorine Who...
I'm not making decisions. Let me tell you.
Stop putting more Are you both really... No need to worry, Miss Timefield.
Because the first two, one was her, Uzuha. Uzuha was first, which in turn makes it better. Because she's a universal buff for a team. That's because of the hard candy ability. Well, technically it's off the field, which... But she's also the universal prankster. I just do not like her as a character. I could care less for her. It's kind of the worst part. Because the story, it's kind of like a side story to the main story. Basically, we're not quite. It's yeah, because I already kind of know the story. I do keep track of it. Not. Anyways. So Obel Squad got finished out in 2.0. We know. 2.1. Basically. Right now, we're just dealing with a bunch of side events. Currently. I mean, you have Yonkai Summit. Or the Summit. So, characters as they stand now. I see teams. Thank you. Hold on. So, we know the fourth member. Mockingbird only has 2. Stars only has 2. This team is done. They're probably going to have 5 people by the end. Yu Zhuang was the brother. Well, the brother we know. It's the sister. It's going to be the sister of the dog guy. This team has finished. Okay. Officially. Right now. I mean, Sons of Caledon-ish, if you think about it. They got 5. This is probably going to have 4. Because this team isn't. See, I don't know. Obel Squad, we know about the... But see, they're going to introduce Krampus eventually. Krampus is going to be the team. It's being teased right. I mean, it's being teased right now, so to speak. Dailies. Doesn't matter if I get them in, I get them in. What do I need bigs for?
How about a little late-night adventure? I promise you'll love it.
Awaiting further instructions.
$59. Or fee. Season 3.
See at your service.
Like, I don't think we're going to get any major story development until, like, I don't think we're going to get anything until about another 2. Because we know Spook, what is it, basically these... This team is going to be filled out. So, Alice, what is it? Yeah, they got 5. Yeah, see, they have 5. So Spook Shack has 5.
Take your time. I'm listening.
Officially.
Where are we going? There's
Yeah.
no class today.
Yeah, see, Spook Shack's gonna have 5.
Got a new ghost story to share?
Alice, and then you got Yandori coming out here.
A witness to the noble principles of the Timefield family. Don't frighten me like that.
Obel Squad has already had theirs at 4. There's that one. She's by herself. She's never gonna have anybody else. By the way. But then again, supposedly they've either teased at least 3 of Krampus Squad. 3 of theirs. Yet we already have the massivest drip feeding of anybody who's part of the Idol Squad. Which, been drip fed for 2 years.
Up so late last night.
It's no big deal.
All right, then.
So,
Oh, it's just the scrolls hanging in the room were all tilted by 2 to 10 degrees, and when I was about to sleep after fixing them, I noticed that the 2 vases by the bed didn't match.
She has symmetry OCD. That's her thing. Yeah, she has symmetry OCD. It's like, yes, we need to go away from something serious at the beginning of 2.0, and she basically has.
Sorry, you have to see this side of me. This nitpicky habit of mine is a disgrace to my family's name.
oh no, it's not that bad.
Thank you for understanding.
Why don't we take a look around the...
Okay, sure. Good.
Alice, let's talk about last night. You said you heard a soft thump followed by a loud bang?
Yes, and it went pitch dark outside the window. I pulled back the curtains and saw large slanted shadows, and there was a glowing
Which is weird that they give Spook Shack 5, yet you can't fill out the Idol team or give them. Because what's funny is the Idol team is supposed to be Ice and Aether. Which is entirely strange, by the way. One's definitely an Aether support. One's at least an Ice attacker. So what? 2 Ice, what? Ah.
Belle, I have some theories.
Uh-huh.
Let's start by piecing together
First, about
Want to guess who it is? It's Yuzuha. And her pet raccoon.
Could the shadow...
huh?
It was probably from Cart. You mentioned hearing a soft...
Yes, that's what I figured, but let's just assume.
It was probably knocked over by that.
Right. There looks like we have the same. That leaves us with just.
There's no doubt. The cult... There's no paint on the drain, but the exact sequence of...
Which means, Belle, since it. Look over here. The footprints go up the pillar to the overpass.
Let's follow them and check...
See, they don't have raccoons.
How could they? I can't believe someone actually used an animal to pull a prank.
And not only is she a massive scammer,
The footprints stop here. Did it jump off? Let's go down and take a look.
Heart rate of the client increased to 120 BPM. Here is a proverb. A cornered rabbit will bite.
Barry, you're not helping.
Huh? The footprints disappear here.
Uh-oh. The footprints are all jumbled here.
Where could it have gone? So you were behind yesterday's pranks. The real culprit.
Minato?
What? Yuzuha, visitors.
Coming. What can I get for you? Huh? Oh well. Huh. Guess I got found out after all. Miss, based on what you just said, may I assume that you're the owner of this tanuki?
Well, we commonly call it raccoon.
His full name is Kamanosuke, but we call him Kama. What I mean is, he's not just this tanuki. He has a name. And I'm not Kama's owner. We're just partners. Kama is free to do as he pleases. Excuse me.
That girl's name is Yuzuha, right? She suddenly changed the subject just now.
It's all right. Kama just said he doesn't mind. So, honored guests, what brings you to Mystic Ware? All right. No, wait. We're not here to shop. Miss Ukinami, we don't even know each other. And yet last night, you and your partner played a prank on me. Huh? That's a bit of a shock. I thought you'd really appreciate Kama's way of returning the favor. Returning the favor? How could you not understand? You were clearly the ones who started the prank in the first place. Porcelumex previously stated they'd thoroughly investigate the safety hazards and give the people of Waifei Peninsula a proper explanation of the accident.
Yuzuha, saying something like that in...
Minato, I've been meaning to say this for a while. You having that face and always talking like a goody two-shoes? What a waste.
He's not a JoJo character at all. I don't like him aesthetically, and I don't like his character. It goes hand in hand. And she's like the edgy little girl that you basically... She hates all richer class people because she goes to the same school as basically a couple of the other characters in the side stories.
Excuse me, Porcelumex brought in the inspection team. It's just that, even with so many well-known experts on the inspection team, none dared to
Oh, I see. You're sick. I remember now. I've seen you before. You were that disciple. Anyway, after hearing you out, I really appreciate you, but you don't look so thankful. Are you still so... No, you've misunderstood. I indeed joined the supervisory investigation team. I only hope you'll take back what you said about me being... The Timefield family has always upheld strict... Minato, what's with this person? She seems just as weird as you.
I want to throw in the joke about the white woman and dogs. Or the weird Japanese girl and dogs. So they know more. Again, I don't like this faction. And I do not care for him.
How would I know?
Her theme is terrible.
I'm not weird at all.
He's not totally based on a JoJo character or a very obscure manga called Dogman. Or it's not called Dogman, but it's like a Dogman in English. But most likely they based him on a JoJo character or something. The idea.
This looks more like a shard. Also, was it my imagination?
Oh, that's a
Obscura?
Yes, an obscura is a type of experimental reactor vessel due to the unique property. Although an obscura is a rather expensive piece of lab equipment.
Damaged during manufacturing?
See, Monato? I told you my instincts were spot on. Who would have thought we'd figure out what this thing is in such an unexpected
What were you on?
We suspect that someone at Porcelumex has been illegally producing high-value porcelain items inside the hollow.
Yep.
Simply put, they
Exactly. Obscura isn't a regular product of the life they...
Where did you find this shard?
We found it in a batch of materials delivered to our shop from... Let's go, Monato! Wait a moment. Are you sure? It's fine. You're a scaredy cat. Of course not. But not because I'm afraid. As a descendant of the time-field Bell, it seems you still have some questions, so please You didn't even got fancy, girl.
Can I come with you to Siloom?
No problem.
don't lay it on too thick, Yuzuha. Still, we have no reason to turn down...
Monato, if your tail wasn't wagging like an electric fan right now, I'd give you a perfect score for how mature you acted.
Yeah, Sullen Bay is the other area. I haven't had it unlocked yet.
Sorry I'm late again, Dr. Lydia. I really am. Next time, I'll be sure to arrive on time.
It's all right, Itari. Relax. I'm not going to blame you. I'm worried that the treatment might be putting pressure on you, causing you to want to avoid it subconsciously.
I don't...
Because the Itari I know was always punctual. You only started being late after we began discussing the past, no? Especially when I suggested searching for some items related to the past.
I'm sorry. Like you said, we must face the past in order to move on. We must clean the wound before it can heal. I did eventually find some items from my childhood. Using them, I was able to recall the appearance of my family members. But for some reason, I still
Perhaps it's not the truth you're afraid of, but fear itself. But from what I see, you're much... Last week, you mentioned on Knock Knock that you'd bring some items from the past today, and...
Yes, here they are.
All right, let's get...
I didn't expect her... Let's go eavesdrop on...
Probably not a good idea.
I see.
If I hadn't grabbed you, you'd already be lying there trying to listen under the door.
Now, she has an adorable character. Though it's not her original character. I think they actually broke up, what is that? Lucia, basic, in from her and the other one. Because it was actually supposed to be a nun with a hem that looked like the other one. Slightly different. That's just the theory. Because the original direct marketing for Lucia,
No, I would never.
Lucia, basically, she was...
Wait,
Itari? Itari! Wake up! Hello?
So she's a disgruntled octopus, I guess.
You must be Itari's friends, right? I just called for an ambulance.
Doctor, the medical industry in Waifei Peninsula isn't so great. Usually a company would arrange for a...
It's okay. Thankfully, I have equipment that can... Preliminary diagnosis suggests emotional fluctuations triggered the part of her brain that was corrupted. She's fallen into a lucid coma, likely linked to what she went through in the hollow.
Lucid coma? So it's like she's stuck.
That's one way to put it. But I'll keep an eye on her brainwave patterns. But we need to stabilize them first. Once they're steady, try calling her name by her bedside.
But we don't know what kind of nightmare she's experiencing. So how can we comfort or call out to her? Is there another way to help stabilize her condition?
There is another way. However, his research is too advanced, and the device is mostly reserved for elite agencies like the HSO.
I mean, while I'm waiting.
I also heard that they're...
Section 6? Well...
Yeah.
Well, actually... Yeah, I don't even have a new... Sorry to interrupt.
She's supposed to be an aloof goat slash ram. Apparently, this is a new con that I just stumbled upon. Not the 2.2. Okay, she's not as bad as the shark girl. See, her mother had octopus hair, by the way. She doesn't. But the idea that she tattooed her tail and, like, put stickers on it, that's definitely the shark girl thing. I mean, aesthetics-wise, if she didn't look like, I mean, to be honest, it's her kit. Like, you can likely tell her kit from the other. Let's see, see, what's funny, I feel bad for anybody who hasn't had the, see, he's only been rerun once. If you played back in 5.43, you got him for free. Which is actually a very relatively good one. Oh. Yeah, this is the new event. By new event, I mean this is the one that's strong.
Hold on. Why is she dreaming about the...
I mean, the joke is she's an octopus, but the idea. Cool. Nice. It's not the actual story. I apparently stumbled into the new site activity. See is the problem. See, there's a suspecting that he might be a playable character later on, by the way, for Sons of Caledon, but I don't think anyone. I don't think. I don't think people will. But I'd also. I don't like his combat style at all.
So is it because they're too weak? No way, right? Big Daddy's super strong, but wow, that weak?
I mean, he's a more of a fan character, fan favorite, though.
He's a siren! Only sirens can defeat ethereals.
What? You can't just revoke my siren card because I got beat by these ethereals?
You're technically a cuck dog by nature, so. Jokes aside, again, the characters, I'm not liking the new ones.
Hold up. Look over there. Too late. The ethereal we couldn't defeat, no matter how many times we tried.
An ethereal? We've been dreaming this whole time. Wait.
Huh?
It's known that both Big Daddy and ethereals can defeat other ethereals. So, what? I got it.
Yeah.
They're both beings.
Big Daddy and the ethereal. I meant
I suspect that no external force can directly destroy this place. As Dr. Lydia said, maybe we can use the
tame.
Sure, we can try.
I mean, her ultimate is technically that
Sounds convincing.
big ethereal, which is fun. Spoilers, if you really don't care. That's if you don't have her and haven't used her ult.
This is stupid. Trust me.
But her theme is actually better of the new characters.
There's nothing else we can do. Oh.
Huh?
By the pact,
See?
I don't really get it, Lucia. Why would the ethereal... I don't know either. Wait, could it be that she read the ethereal fantasy I wrote? Maybe it left an impression that made her think I could actually tame them?
Seems to be.
So, that...
She has the... That's what her whole animations are. See, her animations compared to Seed's animations... I don't like Seed's basic animations. Like, there's something about Seed's basic animations that I have never cared for. Seed's that character that it's good concept, but execution-wise, not so good. Basically. Which is strange. Basically, the idea that see, he's not a good designed character. The problem with Seed's character, right? I want to think they finally found their Bronya character in full. She just doesn't do. It's like her aesthetics. Combat wise, she's not terrible, but she uses the scooter. Again, it's the dialogue in the whole package. Never liked it. Like her as a character, like her as abilities. It's just aesthetic and the voice don't go hand in hand. Never. See, his character, he just looks like a big JoJo looking character. Change it around a little bit, get your character like a JoJo in a anime. And then the other people who, like, they think is their husbando. Like Frog Tony. For real. And he has very sluggish attack patterns. But still not a very fluid model. See, even she, of the new ones, has more of a fluid model. Like, her aesthetics with the voice match. But technically, she's a nuclear weapon. Which, again, this world's love of having child-size weaponry that blows up areas in the world is very... Why would I call her a nuclear weapon? She's a genetically modified soldier whose tail is a prior incarnation that has basically the power to go fight in Hollow Zero. But the previous incarnation died in a heroic fight in Hollow Zero 15 years ago. What was that? Let's say 10 years ago. Something like that. So she has the power of basically not a void hunter, but like right below a void hunter.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Safety concerns.
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm good.
As far as I know,
Yeah, I streamed today.
I heard if it's a seaside view you're after, you could take the cable car to.
Are you saying the edge of the hollow is some?
No. Thank you so much for your.
Looks like the elevators.
Silent Bay, if the inspection team were to
Yeah, you should carry yourself, by the way.
the other ways to get exactly.
You can go around the mountain by.
It'll just take a little longer. Easy for you to say. We're not all made of pure muscle like you.
I guess I could probably.
Whoa, don't take it so literal. But knowing how thorough that Damien from Porcelain.
Good point.
Makes me really concerned when we finally get the Idol team. Because the Idol team, we know who the 3 members are. We've seen their models in-game.
I wonder how things are going with Monato and Yuzuha. Let's go check.
As I said, I partly just don't care for the characters. I'm really concerned because I think what's happened is they put the Idol team off for like another year. Roughly. Which is strange because they're going to be Ice and Aether. They're Ice and Aether. One's at least going to be Ice and Aether. Now, the bratty high school faction is why I don't like Spook Shack. Very simple. Redhead, fine. Dog, can't stand him. Alice, kit's terrible. Same when I say his kit's tolerable. Annoying character. Basically, it was a trap character, so to speak. Yuzua, she's actually good. She's a meta character, but she's also not an annoying person. He's just going to be that 5-star Rupture character who is going to be good until he's replaced. Honestly, it'd be more interesting if she was a borderline yandere. But we already have one of those. We already have one. Or two. One would be, that's Vivian.
We just have to follow this track to get to Silent Bay.
That's Vivian.
Watch out. There's security mechs patrolling up ahead.
We've got enemy.
Don't go too hard, Naruto, or people will notice the damage.
Can we implant the mech with memories of accidentally falling or something? All done. Let's go.
Hold on. Come with me for a sec.
See, she's a third type of support character, though. Yes, you have fun, by the way, and get better.
Oh, it's you. Alice, don't... Belle, you were the one sneaking around. So what are you, Mizukinami? Mr. Komano? I'd like to help. I gave it some thought after heading back. If I'm part of the investigation team... in case you... And if you always were...
You're worried Porcelumex might come after her, right?
Nobody asked for your opinion. Alice. Thank you, Belle.
See, it's just like the other one from the side story adopted Nekomata.
Well, what Miss Ukino as a member of the Timefield family. Oh,
And she has a mood ring belt.
less of a concern.
That's worse.
I've got no objection.
I say that with...
What about
Look. For a company that usually knocks their characters out of the park, as far as designs...
A patrol mech is approaching.
This is Alice's.
I'll take care of it. You're a real chatterbox. You handle yourself well in a fight. Oh, I appreciate it.
If you're not sure how to respond to Yuzaha, just don't. She won't get mad. Belle, you can give it a try too.
Wait, Nanato, are you riling her up?
So she basically has her kit's basically a fencing rapier style. That's kind of the way it works. But her weakness is she's physical. Now, people imply that it's implied that people pull her, which the problem with physical,
You have successfully entered the Marcel maze.
I've not done this about 100 times.
Jumping around with Eos before. Eos's tiny legs can jump that high?
Master has expressed a similar assessment.
Oh my. Well, kidding. And one of the cats is getting bored, starting a fight with the other one. And he's on a table with a bunch of cards, and I'm not wanting to clean up an avalanche. Man. Hold on. Damn it. I mean, it's minor shekels compared to money, but you know what? It's still money. Just saying. As expensive as shit is in this game, so to speak, even the most minorous helps. I mean, you can look how much I've probably blown through just today and trying to upgrade. Every character upgrades about... Every fresh character is about 3 million. It's about 1.5 million. No, it's roughly just 1 million just to level it. Okay, just 1 million. Alright. Million plus. We're not even talking the W engine. We're not talking the other one. It's not even the, So you're talking about 1.6, basically 800 for the character. You're talking about... Though I usually find these segments very annoying. Just a bit. It's kind of relaxing. It's the, just relaxing, that's all. Again, you collect shekels for basic costs. Like, I mean, I joke about like 1,000's pretty much nothing, but whatever the damn economy is in the game, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, a middle event, though. I don't know what the other one was. I have a feeling that there was something on the 1,000. Kiss my ass.
Keep it up, guys. Once we get past here, it'll be smooth sailing. Yo, how much longer until we get to Asylum Bay?
We're almost there. We cross 2 bridges, follow a short path, and we'll reach the elevator.
And then we're there?
And then we'll be a third of the way there.
Now you see why I...
See, it doesn't make sense to have her... See, her hard candy ability basically duplicates whatever the prior element is. So she inadvertently acts as a buffer. Wouldn't be surprised if Damon turns out to be bad. I mean, he was kind of sketchy the first time through, anyways. What could I found? Yes. Congratulations, you found yourself a ghetto. But people live out of shipping containers. But the key is to explore first. As long as the story just allows it, you pick up the extra whatever. Because, see, I have plans to talk about the dishonesty in the coverage of Smash JT's because I have that and I've already caught people being disingenuous about it. I mean, I watched the thing, then everyone's like, see, it's implied there's a space program in this universe. Weirdly enough. But what kind of space program is the ultimate question?
Yuzuha, my dad's been having some back pain lately, so I've been. But if you keep skipping school, won't you get expelled? You're one to talk. Careful, or I'll have Kama replace all your favorite bubble pop candy with rubber. Actually, we were supposed to be doing our Hollow internships these days. But since Lemnian Hollow's been unsafe lately, they ended up canceling everything and just marked us all as qualified.
Wow, your luck's still better than ever, huh?
Oh, right. What kind of... What? A white-haired ghost woman?
See, she's slightly more or less annoying than the original character you meet. Which escapes my name because I probably haven't used her in ages, but I know what she looks like. But, again, she's up there as annoying as characters. I don't dig any of these characters.
That's right. It was a ghost woman with long...
She's less annoying than the other ones. But she's about as mischievous.
That story was off. That one wasn't a lie. What? Uh-huh. You said that...
You're trying to trick me again.
All right, all right. But in exchange... This was part of the last...
That wasn't one of mine. Probably from Mello or Uncle Alphonse.
Let's go.
So, are we going to go?
Yeah, let's go.
multiple solutions.
Whoa! Hello, little one. No. Huh? It's important to. But my mom said porcelain.
We're not really strangers.
That's right. Uncle Balrong's last name is Lee, not Ukinami. You didn't even know that you.
So Yuzuha was adopted. No wonder her name feels so different from Uncle Bao.
You can trust them, Mello. He really. Yuzuha! You know where this dark piece of porcelain came from. Yeah, He thought this piece of porcelain must be valuable. Is there something wrong?
Don't worry, he's not a.
That's right. Note. So. Funny how the moment. That's kids for ya. But come on. Now that we've got some more in. Miss Ukinami, it's all right. Being adopted is just a fact of life. Besides, for someone like me who had nowhere to go, what I don't get is, couldn't a family as prestigious as the Timefield send someone else to Waifei Peninsula? Because I see. Anyway, you don't. Yes, I will. All right then.
Where is Dante's place?
I'm sorry, the Brett, the Brett out of place story doesn't work. Okay. I like the character for the skill usage, but dear God, everything else about her, she's just average. It's adorable.
Miss Isolde, do you think this?
So,
Here you go.
Well, it seems our
Turns out you already knew we were here since you're a military representative.
taking the initiative, you're right. I actually came here to visit
Miss Isolde isn't a bad person, Yuzuha. I see.
It's all right. Say, I'll be here waiting for Dante's.
What's going on?
It's been a while, Aitana.
Yeah, it's already been another year. I can't believe you still made it to Silent May given how strict Porcelina is. Why haven't you invited everyone inside, Dante?
Hey, what are you doing? But Aya and Mello both have toys. How am I supposed to be friends? And I don't get it.
Thinker, what did you do?
Dante said he wants to join the Defense Force someday.
Yeah, he's always asking me to.
How have you all been lately?
Well, we're getting by. His father and I both work, and now Dante's old enough to gather.
Here, take
Is this your money? Or
compensation from the Defense Force.
That's a lie. If the Defense Force were going to give us compensation, they would have done it ages ago. This isn't the respect my brother deserves. Sometimes not just sometimes. Ever since the fall of the old capital, I've always felt that.
That's not true, Aitana. If it weren't for Maxim and the others who fought beside him, kids like Dante wouldn't even have the... Of course, after the fall of the old capital, the Defense Force has neither provided proper... I'm sorry.
The fact that you still remember your old... The past is the past.
Yes, you're right.
Yuzuha, sorry about that.
We actually came to see Dante.
I see.
Thanks, but we'll head down to the.
as I said, everything goes back to the fall of the old capital. Whatever happened there is pretty much pivotal to the story. Now, it's going to take them about 6 years, I think, to finally get to the story, but... And then we'll probably, first along the way, have all 7 of the Void Hunters, but... The way, her aesthetics, I just look at it. Because she has his aesthetics are very similar. There's an enemy in HSR, which is similar. But doesn't mean anything though. Because it's implied Hollow Zero's expansion was stopped at a major cost.
And it seems like she's been through a lot.
Which is true. Like, most of all the main characters are basically scarred by the incident that happened with Hollow Zero.
Dante,
Minato?
we came just to ask you about a piece of...
If you wanted to cheer him...
Thanks, you guys. I know how much Mom's been through. Missy, but I want to join the Defense Force to help make it better. Mom had to let go because she couldn't do anything about it. But I want to change that.
I'm pretty impressed, Dante.
It really is a great...
Miss Isolde, what are you doing out?
Yes, I just received a call, and someone from Porcelumex wants to meet with me. Your mom is worried about you.
Yeah, I know.
Do you remember this?
Where? Oh, that? I was out there for a while and saw the shard drift.
If I'm not mistaken, this looks like a shard of an Obscura. I think I get why you came to Silum Bay now. You don't need to explain further.
Thank you for understanding. I've got a question. Oh, Lemnian Island is actually connected to several water systems. But since the Hollow covers such a huge area, let's have Fairy map out.
There is actually a way to calculate where it came from. By the way, Dante, since your mom doesn't want you playing with a Denny gun, and it keeps breaking anyway, why don't you sell it to me? You can use them.
I mean,
It might come in handy for these older...
Miss Isolde?
Raise the gun and fire a shot far out toward the sea.
Look! The toy Denny!
Start timing it now. But due to the combined effects of the Hollow... Let me check today's Hollow activity report. The toy Denny has about the same density as the Obscura.
wow. It's probably thanks to Yuzuha. She's always... Maybe that piece of porcelain drifted out of the hollow.
What's up, Minato?
Oh, it's nothing.
No way! You definitely have something on your mind.
It's nothing. Real.
Miss Ukina. Oh, right. It's different from. He said it'd sound way too weird if I were named Lee Yuzuha. He wouldn't be able to forgive himself for giving a kid such a ridiculous name. Mr. Lee sounds like.
So, Ukinam.
That's right. I see. So, no. Didn't you know? There's actually a dragon palace inside the Lemnian Hollow. Every day, I lived happily under the care of my loyal retainers. But one day, a lost traveler. I decided to leave with him on a whim. That kind of sounds like a. Oh, come on. Just because you've heard me tell this, still, it is kind of
Phew.
And most of the orphans are from.
Thank you for your insights, Miss.
No need to thank me. All right, everyone. I'll be...
All right. Since we.
Great idea. Miss Yuzuha, are you going into the hollow?
There it is. The higher we go up the mountain.
Sorry. Belle, we've cleared out quite a bit.
Don't worry, I'm fine. This place is some
According to the records, due to its advanced facility. What if the lab was never actually shut down?
Sounds like something Porcelumex.
Move then. Please be aware of ether activity units.
We've been walking forever. We should have run into some enemies by now.
You actually sound kind of excited about it, Minato.
should be able to sniff out some clues around here with our technique.
Oh, cool. A new area to find material. I'm touched.
Huh. The tracks lead right up to here. Let's look around and see if there are any other tracks. Watch out! More ethereals have appeared.
More than the ethereals. I'm curious to see if that door up ahead can be opened.
Let's go see once we're done with these ethereals.
Come on, let's go check out that door.
I mean, the Marcel events are very basic back end. These events are just basically parts of it. Why do you have a spring like alternate path? The only events like this I dislike are the ones that actually screw up stuff. The very railroaded programs. Words. Also, the next cat that ruins a monitor. I'm not too happy. Only then again, I only don't own cats. I think I have like, if I said I seriously only own like. It's the idea of replacing a monitor once every year is getting a little old. Damn it. I'm not the biggest fan of traversal here. Yes, I do have that. But I did watch the thing with Smash JT talking to Colin live. But it's funny to talk about, like, I guess, if someone hates a person that basically, if someone hates somebody so much they just hate watch, they're never gonna fully accept that somebody could be right. They have to convince themselves the other person's the. Unfortunately. That's kind of how the world works. It's very depressing.
They were hauling stuff around in a place like this?
No shit.
Though we're not exactly in a much better spot ourselves.
Wow, Mr. Kono is throwing shade at himself. Whoa, our princess is throwing shade?
Never mind. It's probably better if I just keep quiet.
Road ends ahead.
Huh?
More monsters.
Let's wipe him out, Ace, and see what clues we can dig up around here. There might be a passage behind that miasma.
Oh shit.
Captain ready. really...
Don't worry, everyone. There's definitely a way to get a...
Alright then, let's head back. Yeah, the hollow... Milady! You're the one who scared me! It's just that... Are some memories coming? No. My apologies for the
I find it weird when dialogue doesn't make sense. That's just me, though. Colored me odd, and it's not that I skip dialogue. It's just, yes, you take a trek into a hollow and learn something. Then it's like, oh.
We finally... Great work, everyone. You too. Good job. Since there's nothing more we can do... Alright, I'll contact...
Jesus Christ.
Excuse me.
Yes, that's me.
Oh,
A package? Where was it sent from?
Really? How are you, by the way? Just a second. Really?
I'm very sorry. If possible, would you mind coming with me to take a look? Since it was sent specifically to Wi-Fi Peninsula, it might be something important.
Two ways to do this, huh? Multiple ways. Besides having to order a new monitor, I should be good. Something I'm not available. It's just I didn't know what time someone wants to start, and therefore. Normally, it starts later. Jesus Christ. You know what? Just gotta make sure everything works. Anyways.
All right, understood.
I'm trying to do two things at once. Probably not the best idea. I know it's black screen because doing something on another. I don't want it to come over to this one.
The place where the
We're almost there. Since the package is quite large, we wanted to be careful.
Right.
In case something goes wrong during... What?
I didn't think you didn't seriously believe we'd let our guard down around you.
I am totally shocked. Gotta make sure that everything gets into place.
You're here, Belle.
What's the situation inside?
So let's see.
Well, it feels like we witnessed a whole new
You know
side of
what?
Master Pan must have...
Are you alright, Alice? Being the bait must have been pretty scary.
Think of this. Can you just work? Yes. So it did down. Of course, it has a stupid title. I should not be doing like 3 things at once, but it does happen.
There's no need to worry.
Making sure everything works, and I hate that. I had to replace my monitor. I am not happy camper today.
By the way,
What do you mean? You mean the guy that's following us?
No.
So you also felt...
yeah. At first, I thought I was just being paranoid because we ran into Miss Timefield and Miss Isolde. But now, what should we do?
But we don't have any solid proof that they're up to something. Even if we catch them, they'll just brush it off. Plus, we would risk giving ourselves away.
I agree with the proxy. If we can figure... I think... How come? Because I just remembered. The crate that hit my window last night had the exact same label as the one we saw in the hall. And we were right. They tried to go after Alice just because she saw the crate. Whatever they're moving,
I had a whole issue where my internet decided to annoying. First one years. Now, recently there was an internet update about not long ago, so and I just have to make sure things get. Which gave me like a week in advance notice. Huh. But yes, invalid URL. Invalid. Huh?
Oh, look! Senior, how did...
Ika, come on. Let's step away a bit. All right, this spot'll...
Ether explosive!
Exactly. He heard Alice shout, and since the crate was damaged, assumed she'd seen the explosives. So he just...
So that's what happened.
Good thing you all stayed sharp.
What were they planning to do?
He doesn't know the exact... But he said they've been...
They're definitely planning to... It's clear now that...
Yeah, I agree. All right.
So that means tomorrow's the...
We must stop... what's wrong? I always thought you were just a nervous, wishy-washy overthinker. Never figured you had this much fire in you.
Miss Timefield.
Monato, next time you skip internship classes to work on your side gigs, don't expect me to cover for you. All right, everyone.
Sounds like a plan. It's getting late.
Angry characters.
Belle,
Gotta love
go
them.
ahead and call Yisha and Sifu first. We'll take care of everyone's accommodations.
I see. In any case, Belle, you must all be extremely careful when you head into the Hollow tomorrow. Porcelumix has been busy dealing...
So you mean that they don't have full control over this?
No, it's available. You have to get it through the launcher, though. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I highly doubt it's on Steam. No, I get it through the MiHoYo launcher, the HoYoverse launcher. That's how I play it. I mean, granted, mobile side of the game, Genshin's like 30-something gigs. If you begin to think about it, it's like 70 gigs.
Belle, the calls are...
Have the rooms been arranged?
We're still trying to figure that...
But Miss Ukinami and I just... In that case...
No problem.
Are you sure it won't be...
Don't judge our space needs by your build! Besides, in this kind of vibe... Well, you're right! I've heard all about them before, but you never went... No, never. Perfect! Then... Wait! Judging by that face, milady, I can tell that you're the... Ooh. What's wrong? My pulse still. Let me take... Huh? It's a little tool I made... Wow! It's magic... Right. Are you alright? It's nothing. Don't brush me off. Actually,
Good character building, but I don't like these characters. Never liked them. I don't like them at all.
I lost one of them.
See, they're supposed to make you care. And if you do care, good on you.
How did you lose it?
I'm not a fan of annoying, childish characters. Never have been.
Looking at Alice's it was my first time being in a hollow. So I was at that point, our whole Daddy,
Of course. It's your I just happen to have some more questions.
thank you, Daddy. You have to find Sailor. I never. Huh? My father got into a car accident on the way home. Public security believes it was caused. The fire from the crash was so severe. Grandpa couldn't bear for me to see my father like. Can I ask one more thing? Public security searched the crash. Don't be ridiculous. Sorry. It's quite all right. I know. Right. It's nothing special.
So you have to download it from the Hoyoverse app. That's how they all work. Allows you to download anything Cognisphere app.
I'm not hiding anything. I'm just telling it like it is. Especially very well. From now on,
Everyone's up. Looks like we're all in good
See,
shape.
bratty high school children.
Val,
Will
you
never
take
like
everyone
them.
to the Hollow with Eos. Senior Inhu and I will support you from afar.
Never. Not my favorite kind of characters. Genshin or nothing. They're just obnoxious child. Like, this is like the fourth. Well, technically, it's the fourth game they've put out. It was designed around the time HSR was announced. Well, technically, it and HSR had both about the same period of about development time. HSR just ZZZ came out later on. I mean, subtly has it replaced, in a way, what they can't do with Honkai Impact? Roughly. I say that, but the actual changes, they're still working on it. But I mean, but Honkai Impact at the end of the day is very good, but it's a lot more tragic, though. Because the issue with Genshin is too goody-goody two-shoes for its own sake. They can't show blood. They can't show anything. Here, they imply the storytelling. Every major character or agent always has a major backstory. This is until they don't. So all these characters are designed with tragic backstories in mind. Parents die, they had to kill their parents, or they're a product of horrific experience.
my sword.
But see, her animations are very spot on and good. Because hers were basically good as well. But as a character, she's not as effective.
There's a lot of porcelain crates here. Those are obscuras.
Alert. Sample analysis complete.
Looks like the shard we found. The obscura. Everyone, So, this place really is the factory where they produce the obscura? There's no doubt about. Look, there's a door. Let's get going.
So basically, yes. The idol faction is probably going to be the obnoxious branch. Spook Shack is basically the Spook Shack is just the faction for the annoying, as I say, high school children. The idol children are going to be about a different faction. In a way. But play style, I don't like them. Just her play pattern. When you look at it, her is reposed. Hers is a so Yuzua's is basically is based on hard candy. Hard candy duplicates the element of the prior thing used, and it allows offbeat. Hers, on one hand, is basically by a meter combat, and since she's a fencer, it's basically a again, her, when I say her style, probably her character isn't going to age well in the fashion of the game. She's also basic assault, which is physical. She's good on chain. She's good in the chain combat as far as flow. But in reality, not the best.
Watch out, monsters! Look at the drainage channels here. Quite a few Obscuras have fallen in. Need my help, Yuka? So this is probably how those shards got out. Is the elevator up ahead still working?
No.
Listen, come on. Let's go fire up the generator. I'll leave the heat thermosetter unit to you two then, proxies. No worries. We got this.
So basically, yeah. Depending on the characters, what is it's a hollow. I did not know. I did not know.
All right, the power is on.
It's kind of like basic problem solving. Yeah. Why couldn't I do this in the first place? I couldn't just do it in the first place, but you gotta wait till the story arc happens.
I've been wanting to ask, don't you think the Obscuro look like coffins? Do they? And this open workshop is just like a huge mortuary. But without the thermosetter unit, and that'd be...
Belle, it's our...
You guys take the elevator. We just...
Okay.
Belle, let's go find Yuzuha and the others.
There's a monster! Don't worry. We're here. Come on. Let's go.
Need I remind?
Right. What were you two talking about over in the corridor? We found a pretty stable fissure at the far end of the corridor. We can keep going. Let's go check out that building. There are a lot of scuff
The marks lead right through the...
We've got to be getting closer to the truth now. I agree.
Here. Nope.
If it's not even but... Hold on. There may be another way into the building. Another way? Look! Near the ceiling on the left, there's a ventilation duct connecting the two buildings. It should be big enough for us to fit.
Oh, they updated StreamYards. How adorable. I guess we'll just dual screen. Oh, we'll do it anyways. God damn. That isn't the one. I'll have to move it. So, there's a part in it I have to get this. Shouldn't try to do two things or just in my life. Nope.
What's wrong, Yuzuha? It's nothing. I just remembered a rat got into my house a few days ago.
A rat?
Monato, now's not really the time. Anyway, back on track. I agree with Alec.
Okay. Belle?
The duct is bigger than I thought. Everyone here?
Yep. Don't worry.
I think there's something on the ground. Is that a corpse? What was that?
Corpse.
You alright, Yuzuha? You're quiet.
Huh? Me? It's nothing. I think the miasma is getting thicker here.
Oh shit.
There's a light ahead. A room on the left.
Kind of a different way to tell a story, but
Look, that's an Exaltist mark.
no shit.
Belong to Porcelumex?
We need to find a way to get down and take a look.
This way. There's an exit.
Yeah.
There's a downward vent ahead. Prepped and ready.
Really? Seriously? I guess that would explain why they're here. So the Exaltist are the main enemy faction in this one. Basically. I'm gonna stream right back. It's gonna be a boss fight too.
hear me? The dragon. Is the dragon with me? Is the dragon with me? Dragon, dragon, are you there? Dragon, dragon, are you here?
Need to make sure. Yeah. 1 second, mute something on one end. Did it good. Test something. I'm good. Did you get everything set up on your end? Hold on. All right. Let's try speaking. Second. Trying to test something, but that it's not going to work. I'm good though. How are you, Mulder? Yes, I do. Yeah. Uh, yeah, it's a little bit better if you just give me the playlist ahead entirely. It's on your end. So the secret is So the secret here has been what the exalt. So the exaltists are intelligent corrupted, hollow corrupted. I'm doing great. How are you, Multi? I have my own little side projects. I just need to, as much as I hate it, I need to cut down video. It's gonna be great. Nothing that you would find interesting, but you probably wouldn't find it interesting. It's borderline e-drama, but so. Is this the juggler? This isn't the juggler. Is this the sister? Is this the sister, I wonder? unmute. You're not gonna fight a level of this one. Why would you stick this in a... I mean, granted, it all depends on if they implement that law correctly or so. I mean, government enforcement is what it is. So the sister, the thing that attacks you in the main Exalted, is the sister of Yeshua. Yeshua. That's the sister. At least that's like they call it a mesmeric feed. Not the case. That is the sister that lost the memories. Now the stories are getting. I wouldn't call it that. I'd call it something different. Don't don't use don't use the term like that because it doesn't make sense. Call it totalitarianism. It's okay. Let me just say that. Let me say the difference is look, fascism is a term that gets thrown around, and if you don't know its actual meaning, generally don't say it because it's usually an extreme. Just don't. The thing about it is, what you're talking about is a totalitarian regime. That's kind of how it works. It, nationalism taken to an extreme can be used in any different or form. Nationalism is just a sense of national pride. That's about it. Almost set. It's also not the Tibetan peace sign, it's the Indonesian Buddhist symbol for peace. The peaceful windmill, if you do not know. People don't get that. Exaltus. Well, no, it always ends with one peer. Like, you need a mechanism for power, so. That's what I mean. That's how it works. Mevarok. See, Mevarok's the main leader of the faction. See. Torture. Uh-huh. Because you can't torture people. Evil bad guys, you just beat the shit out of them and they talk. Then again, you can't show torture. Uh, This is the juggler. This is the juggler. The juggler is. What? Oh! Why would you have them fight a harassment fiend? They're not meant to fight that. Yes, story must happen for story to flow. See, the good part about this game is the cutscenes all have the lines. B1, B2. Okay, you have the problem of the select few that believe there's not enough enforcement. Think of it, Clue, in the U.S. Okay, in the U.S., we have Republicans under Trump trying to enforce ICE. Okay, following? We have regulations. People think, but we have all these regulations to actually enforce ICE or enforce things we can do. And the people think we're being overly eager to enforce it. So up there, it's all who uses it, basically. So basically, here you got to think if we have. See, people don't get it. It's all who wills the power of the law. So you know, if you stick in a hollow long enough, you become corrupted, and you turn into a hollow yourself. So these are all children. They seem to know the lore, but they shove children into these. See, now it's suddenly dramatic. Oh, fuck. I feel like that should be explained more. You don't dump what was just said in a cutscene 3 seconds long. Fortunately. Interesting. The 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 issue is it's how they apply it. The problem is itself is in the hands of it because incitement makes sense because it's similar to the U.S. multi. But up there, but you gotta understand, no one's just gonna deem a symbol hatred. The problem is the reason why U.S. they teach history, so we remember what happened. That's why history doesn't repeat itself. If you obliterate a symbol or a period, you're bound to repeat it. This is why I said all children in this game are the result of tormented experiments, by the way. There is no happiness. So she was a test subject. And there's her father. Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting that. That's worse. She was a child test subject. Oof. But it's... That's a little dark. That's a little dark. So that's why she told her that her... See, Obel Squad is not bad. Tops is bad. Tops is corrupt. Exalted, there's people at Tops that is actually corrupt. The Exaltist are already corrupted by the Hollows. Because the idea is the Hollows, there's entities behind the Hollows. The same vent that she dumped. See, now that makes more sense. She's basically a product of an experiment. God, I've been muted for like 10 minutes. I want to know why that the idea she has two color eyes. So yeah, so Damien's been kind of sus the whole way because I would have thought he's the one who betrayed people. Believe it or not. I didn't realize I saw myself muted that long. We can call that harm reduction. You guys were really the ones that tried to pioneer what is called harm reduction policy, which is no harm reduction is just making sure, like, oh, free needle programs and stuff like that. You guys kind of did that first, and we did that. Then it spread to others because, like, oh, needle exchanges, but then it was adopted in the Pacific Northwest. As I said, now we rescue. But Opal Squad basically is here, so you get to see them. Like, Seed is inside Seed Senior, so. Yeah, so I see it. Her eyes are two colors. I mean, the idea, you don't send kids into a hollow. Because even people who go into hollows risk being corrupted. I have a question. Why do you want the crappy ones to fight the mesmeric fiend? No offense. See, her thing is salt. Like, oh, okay, wrong floor. Um, I don't like her. Trigger, I've never... Trigger's a weird mechanic. The problem with Trigger... Oh, it's him. The Mesmeric Fiend is likely the sister, in fact, of Facial. Because technically, we've killed the leader of the Exaltus, supposedly, but they survived. Such an odd use of her. Why would you use her and Trigger? Don't make sense. Story-wise, yes. Gameplay-wise, no. See, her perk is she has a soul, which is a basically easy way to physical that you can build it up quickly. Really? This is what I've been waiting for. See, what's she gonna do when that's what she learns that's her sister? But that's her sister. Worst kept secret ever because her sister became mindless and corrupted. By the way. That's actually part of the 2.0 story. Considering Yujuan is a nuclear cell, Yujuan is basically powerful enough. I mean, the problem is it's a bill. Worse, if the bill goes through, I mean, it's just an enforcement. Now, do I agree, as much as I want to make the joke, that Canadians are sheep? I think you're more of a docile. Okay, it's kind of, I would say, look, you don't have the. America is always going to question authority, no matter. That's a thing we follow people, but we question authority. You or most of them already left. I mean, the problem is, it's called, if you don't want to be too mean to your neighbor, you don't want to impose. It's kind of like the issue is you don't see it. It's maybe not too late because in the US we have the silent majority. The silent majority, because as I've said, usually the parties in the US is made up of 20 to 30% conservatives, depending on the generation, about 20% actual liberals, and then you got about 10% progressives, or yeah, the progressive types. Those people. You still have a 40, pretty much. Most of our elections are decided by the silent majority if it's like 30 to 40% of the population, which is like independents, left leaning, and right leaning. So it just happens in a lot of states. People just don't question as much. Like we have places in California they don't question. New York, New York. So like New York, if you're in a far gone liberal area, you're just gonna be whatever because if you've heard Republicans or conservatives are bad for 10 years, half your life, you're not gonna go any different. But I am in where I live in Texas. We see both sides. To be honest, there's a big difference. But the ability to question your tasteless prison, I mean, it's not to say the U.S. doesn't have a sheep population problem. Trust me, it works both. It works both ways. Indoctrination can be done from either side. So, no, that was done out of comfort. Go with the devil you know rather than devil you don't know. Ah, goddamn. I hate mechanics. Well, at least the story gets better. You're just gonna You're just going to skip over the explanation of the mesmeric theme? Really? Game? That's a drop story. Because that was the sister's eye. The fuck? It is subjective, yes. So, I mean, what you think is extreme as the people in charge and interpretation of anything at the time. It sounds terrible, but it's all who wields the power. Because it's not like unless it's genuine consensus. See, the Overseer's been killed once. Mm. Because it's about the Exaltus. The Exaltus, which I disagree, that's not the sister. Meaning. Miasma. I mean, look, if they're going to justify an overuse of power, they'll find a way to do it. The problem is, if you need legislation to update already, the problem with some people in your government, they feel there's not enough prosecutions or society has been too lax. You do have firm believers in that. Like there was that one silver-haired guy in one of them. He basically said, "Oh, we're not doing enough," because he believes there's more injustice or whatever else. So it's kind of more weird Puritan or activism. The problem is how much of the root of your nation's issue is not liberalism, it's progressivism. And to the progressive, the struggle is never over. You always need to find more. That's something. Hold on. Created from miasma. It's nothing but an imitation in the end. Fuel those memories. Yes. It was formed from the sister. Yeah, see, the sister disappeared in the fall of the old capital. But the overseer created it. That's actually why she roughly gaslights you, by the way. Mhm. Interesting. Krampus. See, Tops is not immune from corruption. See, this is the problem with the story. You're either going to have to explain that Tops is totally corrupt. So, for Haven, Memories of Bygone. 3 is Memories of Bygone Dreams is chapter 4. Do not the memories go into that. Good night. Yeah, I'll probably cut it here, but means what? 2.4 is out? I mean, trying to explain the origins of a I wonder if I have. I wonder if. Ah, I got it. So the last character in the faction is his sister. Yijuan. I mean, everyone thinks he's going to betray the faction, anyways. But he gets a lot of comparisons to Aizen, though. So, it's kind of strange in the regard. Yeah, see, his younger sister is actually one of the ones as well. See, his younger sister is going to be the next one. But I don't know if she's going to be down too. Because, go on, please. So, if the Exaltists are linked to the Defiler, and I think the Defiler is basically the result. I mean, the problem is your government has to explain it. You're having sure it would be. That's what I was talking about. The difference between tops and the defense force Exaltists are basically a different form of the people who are hollows. They view the hollows as holy or something more. I mean, judging by the enemy as the Exaltist, I'll probably give it about get cracked into this one. This is Magus's past life. Which is interesting, because, as I said, or it's Orpheus? What's funny is we fight those things all the time. That's the sister, where the fiend's created from. She was told not to use the sword. and she got severely injured. I mean, technically, she's a created organism. See, she's a intelligent construct, either based on the memory, but it's also Orpheus Magus is basically a clone, literally a weaponized body. So, if you really want to dig into her past, she's a body created for her with a granted, I say it looks like a dragon, but it's an entire body grown. So that attaches to her and her spinal cord, basically. She's a legit weapon. That's kind of how it works. So it's not that she's really stupid versus she was actually created for it. And she knew of her in the past life. Because technically, if you're, again, weaponizing children and weaponizing created entities, there's nothing new in this universe. The problem is your teacher is considered the cause of Hollow Zero. God damn it. I mean, if you are an end stage liberalism or society devoid of religion or teachings of its kind, we're talking any kind of teaching. Preach anything for 10 years long enough. Now, I should take you through a tour of talking how Yuri Bleshinov, who was the guy years ago, people learned about him. He actually, to hide from the KGB, he lived in Canada for a while. It was funny, this was in the 80s, and of course in 86. So, so, no, he didn't, no, he did that, but he was the guy responsible for flipping um, India to communism. You need a generation of indoctrination. The problem is if you don't teach tradition, nationalism, and cultural norms, it's easy to mold a population to do what they want. It's not that it's sheep, that people don't know their own history or traditions, regardless of what you believe. Hence why, do you ever know why it's hard to convert people who follow a dictatorship and give them a democracy? It never works. It's like when we try to bring democracy to the Middle East. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. They always devolve into strongmen. Strongmen always form because that's what the government, those people know. Think about that one. We only know of democracy if you try to bring that, no matter how much you change. Russia always, no matter what, is always devolves into a small group of people or one man controlling the government. Potential. Weird how that philosophy works to the end of life. People never understand that. I don't like the version of this character. The trial version of this character sucks. Oh, great. A toad. Yeah, we got the toad. We get to learn how to use seed. See, it doesn't make really good use of her Vanguard system. Her Vanguard system functions off having two others. That's why I said she's so weird to use. I don't like her. Like, I would use, actually, if I had to, I would use Soldier 11 before I'd use her. Basically, she was a child without a heart or memory. Okay? Seed is a robot without a heart. So they work in tandem. Why didn't you just fucking do this in the first place? You're a sniper. Jesus Christ. The funny part about her, she has ranged combat. Given. Basically, hold on. bouncing between two about stream. Now we know what they did with them. These are the Obscuras. Now we know what they did with them. By the way, it's not about his fetishizing of the British culture versus, let's assume, let me give you three letters. The World Economic, the World, yes, WEF, and the International Monetary Fund, which is like severely globalist. The thing is, the problem is a totalitarian state. WEF comes from Europe. So the idea the EU Parliament has had the levels of speech control for years. Now, he's just taking it to an extreme because he thinks it works. Sorry. So I get the sense this is going to be the trend. I mean, controlling a narrative is nothing new. You want to project power. That's what you do. Like, the thing is, like, when if you're he was like in the thing when he's talking to Polyev, right? Even the most convincing liar or evil person can make a speech. I hate to say this. There's a period where if you're like a Stalin or a Hitler and you make a rousing speech that moves people, that's on the people who supported his rise or their rise. Because remember, it's not about image. Politics is all about image to people. The issue with a person like a dictator is the way they can move people. So the idea, or a leader, Carney just likes going to safe places because he knows what the questions will be, or he knows he can get away with it, and he doesn't have to be pressured long. He's not going to do a long term. I mean, hmm. Anyways. Yay, more resources. Let's see. Eh. See, you finally get to see Seed. You wouldn't know that she's a girl that rides a scooter. Hmm. See, she gives Vivian a run for her money as far as weird. Vivian is a little bit yanderish with a very severe obsessions. See, technically, there's like 3 other artificial intelligences besides Fairy. Well, now we know what they were after with the sacrifices. I'm waiting for it to be revealed We survive an etheric explosion by the God Hand. That we have abilities, but we don't have abilities. They pretty much say Bell and Wise aren't even human. I mean, they won't exactly turn on their cult either. Most of them are actively brainwashed because they're used for hollows and future soldiers. I mean, yeah, see, she's makes a comeback because she's the one that shot the other one. Because they're trying to create another hollow. Uh, Magnus doesn't get along with people. Make sure you send me that list next time, so I'll have it all downloaded. Oh, you take care, by the way. See, this is why you don't trust the military in this game.
Pardon my memory, I nearly forgot our guest works directly under Mayor Mayflower.
See, the problem is the military can't be trusted, okay? Ops is considered. So you have the military division, then you have tops. So in wake of everything that happened in the fall of the Capitol, you have the mayor of New Eridu. Alright? You have tops, which is like top corporations, a private military force, which is shown to have corrupt officials. The defense force is shown to have it. Again, this is a very interesting world. I'm kind of curious how. See, the Mayflower family also, because he's the one that finally gives you the photograph of the teacher, because he wants to clear her name in the disaster. But that's not going to happen. Now, in reality, if they do follow explaining in a way with the explanation, because the hand or the sacrifice, the white hand of sacrifice was seen at the formation or the fall of the capital, or Helios Academy. Again, can they pay off the lore? We don't know. It took Honkai Impact 6 years to get through to the whole auto apocalypse storyline. Off and on. And believe it or not, that game's 9 years old. I've been playing that since the start, surprisingly. This is going on 3 years. Genshin's going on 6. I hate to say it. The idea, but Genshin's narrative has changed a couple of times.
Belle was appointed by the city as a technical advisor and envoy for Mayor Mayflower, sir. She's here to
Assist, huh? If the High Preceptor of Yunquay Summit had shown up in person, perhaps I'd consider that worthy. And as for the supervision, since when does Mayflower get a say in when Obsidian Division pulls the trigger?
Sir, Belle is only here to assist Oval Squad. This has nothing to do with the main force's operations or command. All part of the agreement to keep the City Council from meddling with our military affairs in Waifei Peninsula.
Of course. Your arrangements are always right on point, Colonel. This whole operation is running smoothly. Well then, since you're the Hall, unfortunately, military secrecy is of utmost importance. So I'm afraid I can't escort Belle to the more refined venues in the city for a proper celebration. Colonel Isolde, until this operation...
That's a very unique way.
Major General, the mayor and Yunquay Summit might...
That's an order.
Yes, sir.
The people from...
Most of Yunquay Summit was killed during the last events of it. The whole area. Not this one, but the one prior.
I'm afraid I won't be able to...
Let's go, madam.
So in about 11 years, basically. I mean, technically, they're all... I mean, I'm not gonna lie, half the military people in this game don't trust jack squat anybody. There's also a whole thing of... But yeah, like, technically it's about... These stories aren't as long as, like, Genshin stories. I'll get to the next stop. Ugh. Get off. I gotta get some people's crap fixed.
Captain!
No significant change in pulse, and your face isn't too pale. Looks like you passed the test. You look so frail, Proxy. Who would have thought you had the makings of a soldier tough enough to endure enemy torture?
With you?
The Major General may be tough to deal with, but interrogating the mayor's envoy? That kind of thing doesn't happen in the Obsidian Division.
Temporarily restricting the proxy's movements and communication.
It means we've got your precious faith and locked away. No way out, and no texting or calling family.
That's just...
That's terrible! What a shame. I never thought the legendary proxy Phaethon would end up getting caught one day.
On the plus side, the Major General's idea of hospitality might be questionable, but for us...
So, as much as we regret it, the legendary proxy...
You sure you're sorry, Captain? I'm pretty sure you were holding back a laugh.
Don't worry. Opal Squad and the Obsidian Division are the first line of defense against the Hollows. We'll wipe out the Exaltists.
And then the proxy will...
As ordered, a technician will now attach a tracker to the proxy and temporarily block all communication functions of their electronics.
I've told you I hate this narrative.
My apologies, Proxy.
For the Obsidian Division, orders carry more weight than mountains.
I may not... But if temporarily
I never thought you... Don't worry.
Captain Magus...
Once
The
again,
problem ultimately is about how much. One day, one day we'll have voicing for everything. One day. Versus the other side. But it's gonna firmly put me in.
As Master's supreme assistant and a thoughtful, all-purpose AI, I would never sit back helplessly while Master's freedom is being...
Harry, you really can't stop chasing that first assistant title, can? When will you finally understand that as her sibling, I'm
All right, you two.
Negative. Although Master...
Save your useless sympathy. Luckily, not even the Hollows can interfere.
Still, I was the one who...
Which means Belle can still reach me through the HD.
I saw some new data with whether or not the military's
Affirmative. Additionally, I've made a full copy of the military intel...
If the Defense Force comes knocking because you did something without permission, make sure they know Second Assistant and your master had nothing to do with it. Anyway, leave the rest...
Then leave clearing out the hollow.
The Defense Force's mission is bound... All units, be advised. At 3 o'clock, 300 meters. The cluster of miasma. Ethereal presence confirmed. Something's off. Hey, look! Why are they wearing Defense Force uniforms? They're coming. We're under attack! Fight back! Enemy spotted it! Oh. Is it the... No. They emerged from the miasma. What the... Our ethereal and monster shouldn't take reporting in. We've got another wave of hot... Just as he opens the undead, even a miracle like resurrection is nothing for the Creator!
Don't let joy blind you, my dear brother. Until we stand before the Creator, every miracle is just a small step toward...
Don't worry. My joy, the large-scale miasma activation experiment, has already begun ahead of schedule.
So you're talking the corruption of the military force. Again, that's nothing new.
The Exaltists have already figured out that so far, only Obelsquan's scouting mission involved direct combat. What that recon team ran into was likely just... But your operation was flawed.
But Lorenz handed over command of this operation.
So if we rule out interference from...
Only the
Looks like Colonel Isolde has it even tougher than I.
Orphe, you don't actually think I'm that difficult to...
At this point, arguing with my...
So if we want the raid to stay on track...
While I usually think you're a little too reckless, Magus, this time, swift as the wind. Since the enemy already knows we're coming...
Obel Squad.
Yes, Captain Maggot.
I'm about to start deploying troops. We aren't as ready as we could have been.
Leave it to me. I'm counting on all of you, too.
Save it.
What the captain means is... Obel...
Can't get out of it. I can't get out of it. Ugh.
The Exaltists have so far... But your operation was...
But Lorenz...
So if we rule out Oh. Looks like Colonel Isolde...
Orphe.
At this point...
So if we want the raid...
While I usually think you're swift as the wind. Since the enemy already know...
Obel Squad.
Yes, Captain Mac...
I'm about to start deploying... We aren't as ready as we could have...
Leave it to me. I'm counting on all of you, too. What the captain means it...
The whole thing, too, is kind of fucked over due to the fact that everyone knows who Faith is at this point.
The unexpected. We can't risk the Exaltist core members.
Based on the intelligence we have, the top... I'm not usually one to...
You really know your way around intelligence and information warfare, Proxy. But it's easy. I understand your concern.
Captain Magus, that's because Captain Magus and...
Technically, fighting, but yes. Isolde and I go way back. In fact, Obel Squad itself wouldn't exist without... If I can't trust Isolde...
I understand.
The Defense Force people are here.
Yeah. Who goes there? Petty thugs blocking the way to the Creator.
The Creator will not forgive you.
If the Creator is the Defiler, that's gonna be a fun fight. Sadly, can't use my own. One day, by the way. You know, I want to say this. I mean, one day, you know,
Which unit are you in?
Isolde may be the acting commander for this but our squad reports to Major General Lorenz.
you know, one day they're gonna let us actually pick our own people. Or not use tribe. Like, coffee. You know, trials. Shit. See, the idea the trial ones are not set up well. See, what's funny in the side stories, you can actually use yours.
Mind your tongue. The Major General sent us because he was worried you wouldn't be able to handle this alone. We're here to support the operation.
Cool. Yeah.
Support the operation? We were just
That's right. And we have to apologize.
Credit? That's meaningless. Is this really the attitude of new recruits?
Acting all high and mighty. You're just a gun. Do you really think I may be a rookie? But at least I'm not a washed up...
Ooh.
The captain has given...
It's okay, Orphe. As long as they really did take out the Exaltists, then they've helped safeguard New Era.
Even among comrades, there are plenty. If you ask me, we should just take this guy away and cover it up as an accident caused by an Exaltist attack.
Hey!
Stay focused, soldier. Answer me.
Several creatures took advantage of the chaos to escape. We had other orders to carry out, so we didn't have time to pursue them.
Other orders?
Bunch of fools. We can't... Obel soldiers, let's move out, Obel. Gear up.
Yes, Captain Magus.
Weird.
The Exaltists are fleeing in all directions.
Second-rate troops sure as Christ was built, messing things up. Who would ever call this an ambush? We've already failed half of the mission's objectives.
Technically, the tail controls her.
Hopefully, we can still find some useful documents and materials.
It's kind of weird.
Oh? Elite targets have appeared. Am I keeping up, Captain? I've been on spin.
Fire support ready. Recalibrating.
Everything is moving along smoothly, Mr. Lucro.
We'll be counting on you again this time.
Major General Loren.
You're the squad his oldest spoke so highly of. This is quite a surprise.
Given that you're leading this entire...
You must be Mr. Lucro.
A reception banquet.
This, gun certainly has a blunt matter of speech. Ah, we are acquainted from the banquet, aren't we?
Not so, Mr. Lucro. This young lady is the mayor's envoy, specially sent by the kind-hearted Mr. Mayflower to oversee our work.
When I say I hate painful dialogue, this is why. Like, they go out of their way to, like... This is why Phaethon wouldn't be exposed. It's like, there's a period, everyone knows who you are.
I'm just doing my duty.
So you're a distinguished guest from...
So,
My troops and I have our reasons. You're a veteran, Captain Magus. Even if you don't fully grasp what overstepping means, you should at least know not to ask about class. Mind your tongue. After all, besides your sharp tongue, there's not much else you have left.
That's what I said. She is my favorite character. Orphean Magnus is, like, good character design.
Major General.
You're right, Mr.
I mean, even reduced to an AI, you're still...
Aside from that... sorry, Captain Magus.
I'll let it slide this time, Orphe. If I weren't afraid of getting you all tried at a military tribunal, I'd have turned every curse word into high-energy laser blasts right at their...
This place is not only one of Porcelumex's executives, and now under Lucro's lead,
You're making my head spin.
Goodness! Commander Lorenz is such a bad person!
Orphe is still caught up in that naive teenage mindset of seeing the world in just good and bad.
I swear that has to be the same person in English that does Piper. I swear.
Likely to stay under the radar. Everyone, we keep...
Yes, Captain Mac...
Everyone's favorite pieces of shit. She is from Tops. This is the Overseer. Who we've killed once, but apparently doesn't die. Don't test me. But from what I've seen, she does die. And she gets a key. If she does, there'll be a... Supposedly, that Sarah's supposed to get a powerful... I mean, it's kind of like just massively reused assets. And if they do... I mean, technically, if you're trying to get the cultists entirely out. Because the cultists are linked to Tops, which doesn't change nothing. Just as I said. That doesn't clear them out.
Everyone, the Exaltis, the threat once again. Give it up for yourselves,
We have it.
and let's hear it for our.
I hate to be that girl, but isn't it a bit early? That commander sure seems to be a typical big.
You're right to be concerned. There are still Exaltis stragglers roaming inside and outside of.
As far as I know, the key Exaltus leaders are still on the. Even though Mevarok was severely injured by Ishvan Shifu, and the Exaltus suffered heavy losses, there's still no sign of them backing down. Miasma activity is still spreading.
Exactly.
Sarah still holds.
Ishvan, High Preceptor of Yunquay Summit.
How come I don't see Colonel Isolde?
Isolde has been unwell recently and went back to the city to rest.
Maybe the commander's like
You might be right. It does sound. In any case, we've dealt a heavy blow to the Exaltists.
That doesn't sound like some.
Think of it, even when we have doubt.
If you take action without orders, you'll be. I might not mind, but I'm sure
I don't want anyone ending up in front of a.
Right. Since it is a military order.
I understand. Everyone should.
See, the problem itself is it seems premature to declare victory. Like it's too easy. They would still be sacrificing stuff.
Actually, I've already heard about Lyside's relocating Porcelain. The dust hasn't even settled. Yet they're already discarding what they no longer need. Proving that the only thing crueler than one ruthless boss is another. I have no place in Tops any longer. And the Defense Force won't seek justice for a stray.
Even though you played a major role in taking down Farah.
Exactly. I can't stand stray dogs like you, always sniffing out scraps to survive. Like I ever had a choice. Honestly, I was already a stray like me is used to bow.
Unfortunately, no matter how much power we might have, we're just as constrained as you are now. I can't contact, but
It's alright. Just when I was...
Hiya! I'm the savior he was talking about.
Yay. Demented furry. So, yes, an actual bunny thygrin that is about 4 feet tall and looks every bit furry as it appears. This is Zhao. Sadly, I think in Krampus they have like 2 other people I like. Like their leader is kind of like Chrononavi Jr. kind of thing. Then they got like a robot that has the Buddhist like that is a support for them. Has like the Buddhist like halo, but like is basically gonna shoot iron balls at people.
It's funny. Most company employees usually see me as a disaster. Who would have thought I'd ever be called a savior?
But yes.
Allow me to introduce you. This is
Zhao.
Mr. Zhao from Tops, affiliated with the Krampus Compliance Authority.
nice to meet you, Miss Zhao. The Krampus Compliance Authority. Is that the name of another company within?
That's all right. Most people haven't heard of it. Krampus isn't actually a company. Our role is to inspect, decide on, and enforce regulations. Brutal competition is an inherent flaw of the market system. For the members at the round table, it doesn't matter if a company's. However, the condition is that all actions by the company and its management must comply with the core rules and interests of the Alliance.
You know, I feel like if I want to play Vampire Bloodlines 2, I'd have a character I want to shoot in the head on sight. This is one of them.
The business game doesn't always let us play by the rules. This time, Porcelumix has clearly stepped out of line.
I think I get why. Even so, having regulators like.
So, it's not hard for you to understand why I see Miss Zhao as my.
We'll only know whether I'm your savior or your disaster once all the investigations are complete.
Better than letting
Yeah, I die of cringe.
Although he isn't really a.
We get spoiled on characters before we see them.
I hope you'll never become the enemy of Krampus.
I would literally.
And that when those eyes look at me again, they won't be filled with hostility, Miss Bell.
The only thing terrifying about it. I can pretty much say she ain't gonna be meta. If she is, I will be shocked. It's bad enough I gotta deal with, like, the...
Soldier Orphe!
You two again? You've got it all wrong, Orphe. Captain Magus is asleep. Don't wake her up.
Is it time for the captain's self-diagnosis?
Is Orphe more worried about waking the captain?
Excuse me. First of all, my concern for the captain is absolutely genuine. Second, the field manual doesn't list lemon-flavored chips under prohibited foods during deployment. I have every right to protest Captain Magus's executive decision to declare all snacks as prohibited.
Oh. Then why doesn't Orphe protest when the captain's actually awake?
I'm sure Orphe
Anyway, if Orphe doesn't want to...
How about sharing some of those lemon...
Seed and Trigger are robbing me again!
Isn't this just a regular part of our night ops brief?
The law doesn't punish the majority.
Then, the proxy should also...
Sure.
A special mission to get rid of... Proxy, there's something I... Let me guess. It's something that you... That's right. Proxy, I want to apologize, but there's a reason why... I trust that you know the captain, Orphe. Come to think of it, you and Magus make a pretty unique team. An intelligent construct. No, the captain is more than... Can I trust you? Like I said...
Yeah.
I'm just a gunner. A soldier, here to support Captain Magus.
Again, I cannot express this enough. All these characters are that grown or tormented souls grown to support people. They're either weapons of war or a product of trauma. At least most of the agents. You know.
You're being too hard on yourself, and that's how they would comfort me. If Captain Magus... But no. I know that I'm not someone special. From the moment I was born, being a gunner has been my sole purpose. In the disaster 11 years ago, New Eridu lost so much. The Defense Force's last remaining gemstone, Obsidian. At the time, the military had launched various research projects. It sounds brutal, doesn't it? But if it weren't for these cruel projects, Obsidian Division... I was also born at that time, cloned from a legendary soldier. That legendary the soldier's original body has long been destroyed. All that remains now is a backup of her consciousness. Or what, even in death, she's still wielded as a weapon by the Defense Force. Though Captain Magus always says it's what she... All things considered, Captain Magus has never cared about that. Orphe, my life was far too boring. I know know the looks in my comrades' eyes often carry still. I met Captain Magus, I met Obel Squad, and even I know there's nothing yet. The cold glass tanks, the tasteless nutrient fluids, those eyes filled with sympathy, pity, mockery, or disgust. But, well, I can leave those glass tanks in the past, rather than those cold, lifeless glass tanks. Our pasts, although Captain Magus, our pasts are not what define us. As a proxy, I believe in you,
The idea of the proxy is by far worse than anything. So the idea that if you go off the lore we have currently, Wise and Bell are the children, or perceived children. Just to remind, you take a full explosion blast from Sacrifice, and the eyes glow blue. You're not entirely human. But then again, they don't exactly say what Bell and Wise are. Bell and Wise are either, but they're not androids or synthetic humans. They're not subject to ether corruption. Well, ether corruption shown to affect them. Carol, the teacher, who disappeared during the fall, or at least Helios Academy. Which, I don't know, we may get the mystery at the end of this year. That might be the big secret of chapter 2, entirely. But the idea is you're either a clone or a vat-grown human. Anby was a vat-grown human. Soldier 11 is like the last remnant of that project. In reality. So it's not a surprise that Orphe is just a grown product.
Barry, have you finished
Affirmative.
I'm waiting for them. By the way, I'm waiting for them to forget they announced there's 4 other AIs besides Barry from the prologue. Basically, when you find Barry, they hint the 2 voices, which one's Neva or Nevra, I don't even say it, and then another one. They said there's at least 3 other AIs similar to Fairy. Now, my money is they're gonna forget about them.
Negative. Could you send a message to Ishu and Shifu? Actually, scratch that. Better send it to Senior Fufu instead. Shifu never. Just say, Junior Bell needs your help. It's urgent. Please ask Ishu and Shifu to come to the rescue. P.S. Don't let the defense...
Poor Junior.
Aren't you
This concerns the safety of Wi-Fi Peninsula.
All we can do now is... Who knows what kind of mess the Exaltists might be stirring up in the hall. There's no time to waste.
See, here's the thing. Shifu could take out the entire defense force.
I think I just had a dream.
My disciple, Fufu told me poor Junior Bell is suffering cruel mistreatment at the hands of the defense, and that I need to stay low and avoid any clashes with them.
Word for word! The message came straight from Junior Bell's brother!
By the way,
Someone's messing with our junior out there. That's the last straw.
What do you mean by step in? Junior Bell just looks a little dazed, but...
Did Ishwan...
Seems you're finally catching on now.
Your safety, of course, is our highest priority. But given how you
Yeah,
got
see,
in such a rush,
Shijuan, the sister's going to be the last character. See, everyone thinks he's going to betray, so... I mean, the eyes in comparisons are pretty, bleach kind of thing.
Come on, Junior Bell. What happened out there that...
You have a tracking device.
Cunning as always. Sir...
If the defense force can't deal with those... When do we set out, Chip?
No need to be hasty. Let Junior Bell...
Don't you? Okay. I hate to be the obvious. Don't you have a motherfucking tracking device? I just want to ask. Don't you... Why would you hint there's a tracking device and the tracking device gets undone? Come on. It's their own plot. I mean, to be honest, Jesus, I'm not expecting it to go, You could explain it as they know someone in the higher ups know it's going to happen. But it's also hinted that no shit. What did I say?
I was wondering who would break into Swabian Temple in the middle of the night. Turns out it's soldiers from the defense force. Please be aware that although Phylum Heights is under military control, soldiers have no right to enter, and my temple isn't exactly a place where anyone can just come and go as they...
Oh yeah, this is a cutscene that gets talked about.
I think what this lady means, Captain, is that you barged into someone's home in the middle of the night and caused a big ruckus.
Give me a beating.
See, Senior said that if this lady is going to beat you up, you probably won't be able to stop her.
That's true. Very true. Because she's a void hunter. You know, it's like my hobby. My hobby is a void hunter, too. You're not exactly caging her. And Shifu, or Yishuan, is powerful. I mean, you don't fuck with the Void Hunters. Again, Void Hunters also die as well.
Even with all the Obsidian troops of Wi-Fi Peninsula's support, you probably still couldn't stop me.
So said. See, she has the arrogance of Hereshra the Void in Sentient, or Hereshra Sentience. It's like, you probably couldn't stop me. It's like, yes, clearly.
High Preceptor Ishwan, this unannounced visit is not meant as a provocation. The person behind you, Bathan, is currently...
Yes. Didn't stay. It's like...
Under your protection. You mean the mayor's envoy whose freedom is now being restricted?
The temporary restriction on the
No matter how you look at it, my disciple is...
Listen, you two. There's something more urgent than... Proxy, are you... Oh, so the Proxy wasn't kidnapped by Yunquei.
No shit.
Apologies. This is my mistake. I thought it was the city authorities who took the Proxy away, trying to extract
I've never cared about military secrets, only about the safety of my disciples and...
Well then, Proxy, if you went so far as to defy military orders to contact Yunquei Summit, I trust you must have had a good reason.
Be funny if she realizes the sister, because she knows who the sister is, because that's one of the people in her visions of memory stored banks.
I can't say I'm complete. Let us guardians of New Eridu. Shouldn't Yunquay Summit and the Defense Force...
Bell, I just received an...
According to real-time hollow monitoring data, ether activity is rising.
No shit.
Ether activity across warning. At the current...
What's that voice assistant rambling about this time?
Basically, she's saying that if left unchecked, the hollow might just go boo.
The Exaltists in charge of miasma research, based on the intelligence and the current rise in ether...
See, the miasma is what's in the other one.
Exactly.
How do you manage to sigh with a mechanical throat like that?
Although I tried to ignore some of the seemingly fabricated technical terms, you still managed to lose me. So essentially, we head in, confirm whether any
Wow, Captain Magus, you act...
and let's move out.
But Captain Magus, weren't you just saying an...
Disobeying orders? Hardly. We were chasing after Faith.
Captain Magus, your enthusiasm is...
It's our duty as the signs. The Obscura still haven't been full...
I understand.
And we already know the sacrifices are...
In that case, the attack...
Deploying all of Let's regroup, and all members of the Obels... Tomorrow's probably going...
Oh, Jesus. Proceed. Really?
Experimental ether Obel Squad was the first to discover that they could hold and even generate a sacrifice.
Yes.
That's about all we've got according to our investigations.
So we can't gamble with people's lives with some...
You're right, Orphe. Which is we're moving them into the city. The evac op will be handled...
On standby as a...
It's on standby.
Crystal clear, Colonel.
I've got the captain covered.
Of course.
Speaking of VIPs, the threat of hidden sacrifices is no joke. We can't blame the exact... All right, then.
See, that's the problem. The Exaltists have had that.
You do know there's a time and place, but if that day...
I know the...
Because the idea they've always had the sacrifices. The sacrifices have always been their back pocket for a while.
Good to hear.
And sacrifices are tied to the... Well, it's more than that. They haven't really fully explained it. One day they might. That's the white hands. The one that near the end of chapter 1.
Over and whisper the captain said that you should sneak over and meet us over there. Isn't the captain always, like, right behind you? Well, because the captain's voice is way too loud.
And if evacuating the peninsula is a thing, because the Hollow is going to expand. Because it's not like it. They just literally confirmed another Hollow has the potential to expand. Which I think I saw something. It's gonna be another story. which I think it's the... I mean, you already know it gets saved, but...
Tell the worker. Don't let complaint letters? You actually read those, boss?
Training reliable. We trusted the defense.
Sorry, excuse me. Please.
Yeah, let the kid cut it out.
The evacuation orders, but you're only getting out.
Watch your mouth. Protecting the...
Please. Let my child go first.
Sorry. I'm afraid I'm not in a position to help anyone either.
Today, just like every other door in this city.
Just a photo.
This moment right to those sitting at the civilians. This isn't the end.
I mean, it makes more sense, because the central one...
Weren't we looking for... According to Fairy's calculation, I guess you could say we let...
If it weren't for Lorenz,
You mean the damn fucking shit below?
Yes, Captain Magus.
I mean, you could always pretty much gather that she was a biological weapon, as I said. Entirely. Great.
We just need to find the second signal source, and we can pinpoint the exact coordinates. Supporting the I've been on standby for a while.
See, as I said, during the mini-stories, you're allowed to actually experiment and use your own. But during the official ones, you have to use trial. Okay.
Don't question my professional skills as a proxy, alright? Still, these data errors feel a little too organized to be natural.
See, arguably they make these easier than... Then again, I make this look easier.
The purpose of these devices seems to be to guide and concentrate the miasma.
how did you figure that out, Proxy?
No shit. I could have told...
They're engineers. They left super clear comments in the code. The final sacrifice. Large-scale miasma activation experiment. The Exaltists need to gather a massive amount of miasma. These devices must be important for that. The Exaltist outposts full of miasma might be the result of these devices as well.
Communication structure analysis complete. Hub device location locked. Uploading to HDD now.
Got it. These are the coordinates of the blind spot.
Because clearly the Defiler... I know the Defiler is the boss of this one. The Mesmeric Fiend is the... Miasmic Fiend is the boss of the last one. You know what? I want to check something. Yeah, it doesn't go higher. Sorry, I just checked that. Maybe. Not that there's really secrets in here. I mean, you can go through here once. As I said, if it's... I mean, they're trying to turn the whole area into a sacrifice. I mean, it would make sense, but that would be the case.
Hey, you soldiers over there.
Yeah.
I want to ask you the same.
We're here under Major...
All right. We all know you're his right hand.
I have no obligation to this facility holds...
Wasn't it porcelain? You sure are going out of your way to...
I'm not in the... Why are you here?
As I'm sure you're aware... Foxy?
Oh, don't you think?
No, you're a soldier too.
A soldier's first and...
To follow orders.
You're leading your squad without...
Forget the orders. Disobeying orders.
I've got a recording device.
And I've got heavy firepower.
The intel came from...
Threatening your com... I'm not obligated to...
Finally. Onward to six. Now Opal Squad...
Don't worry, little fox.
That's not what I'm worried
You ever thought about putting a bullet in someone's head just to save the time?
Couldn't you say something?
So you don't get arrested.
Val, we have an urgent
An urgent call from...
Well, actually, Colonel Isolde contacted Ishisufu, then got in touch with me. They want to use the HDD's communication channel to deliver a message to you. I only called it an urgent communication. Good afternoon, team. I had heard about Faithen's abilities before, but experiencing a device that can communicate
God damn
inside the hollow firsthand still feels incredible.
You know, secrets are good, but they're not if the whole world knows. Now, I do not like it with the story, because I know they're going to do it with the story, that Phaethan's going to get exposed to the world. A plot device or a MacGuffin only works. Not everyone needs to know of your existence, considering proxies are illegal. Yet everyone seems to know about the main character. Even if they're trusted. Sorry.
Acting without orders.
Captain Magus's cooling system is about to overheat!
Proxy, your HDD's privacy protection is severely lacking.
Anyway, I'm fully aware of the situation. You did the right thing, Captain Magus. All those years ago, we followed our orders, and our comrades died. And now, we can no longer stand by.
All those years ago...
Isolde, why bring...
See, the sister.
Time. I told you a few things. Everyone here is either a comrade you can entrust your life to, or a brave soul. Which is why what I'm about to tell all of you is so important. It's a story.
So, you're
Captain Magus and the Colonel's comrades all died during the fall of the old capital, due to a lapse in commands from higher up.
Yep.
That's right.
At that time, the commander ordered Agamemnon's squad to hold their ground at all, and that's what our comrades did. They fought to the very end. What we were guarding was not a railway for evacuating civilians. It was actually a freight line for transporting corporate assets.
See, this was the big one. Basically, during the fall of the old capital, when the hand of sacrifice came up over Helios Academy. Which is actually one, but Helios Academy still exists. A section of it still exists. The defense force basically folded. They didn't send in anything. So, as I said, everything tragic leads up to this. Whether they explain it in 3 years' time or 2 years' time, this is their big in-game play. Now, the question is whether or not we get the full explanation. Now, do I have the heart and mind to say they're going to actually go with the story? Fuck no. Dear God, you'd have to have the balls of HI3 to tell that story.
Every minute the team was able to hold out meant another...
Topsil's trying to create an infinite.
Captain Maggot.
Yeah.
Who was the corrupt commander who accepted the bribe? Answer me.
Captain Magus, your body is becoming unstable.
Answer me.
I don't have enough evidence to accuse them yet. Stay calm, Magus.
Stay calm? How do you expect me to stay calm?
Captain Magus, if you can't keep yourself...
My fury burns just as fiercely as yours, Magus!
I was created to unleash this fury, Isolde!
Captain Magus, for the safety of the squad, I'm authorized to activate sleep mode.
You would dare to stop?
I don't have the right to ignore your anger.
Easy for you to say.
We all lost so much. Everyone here. Colonel Isolde, Shifu, Senior Fufu, and all the civilians in Waifei Peninsula who were displaced by the fall.
See, we don't know Fufu's story. See, the idea is Fufu came along later on. Shifu lost her sister. Miyabi lost her parents. Well, her parent, which is her mother. She was forced to kill her mother as a child. Again, all tragedies in this game go back to the fall of the old capital.
Just natural disasters, man-made disasters. But we didn't let anger, thanks to our courage. Your Obel squad. Or sure, the past...
And we don't know about the other 5. We don't know about the other 5 Void Hunters yet. So...
Thank you, Isolde. I won't let...
Yes, let's leave it for later. What's most important now? I'm telling you this now, because you were right about one thing. Merely following orders doesn't keep moving forward, everyone.
Time's ticking, and the whole...
Understood, Proxy.
Yes, Captain.
See, this feels like more of an in-game chapter than it does a lead-up chapter.
You have actually been quite lucky all these years.
That's the weird part about it. Like, Chapter 2, right? So Chapter 1 ended at 1.8. I mean, about 1.8. We thought we were going to get, like, 2. Now, the problem is you're going to get filler content. Yay, Clock Tower Plaza.
Faithful servants. Let's drive out all the blasphemous unbelievers who desecrate our noble cause.
Hi. This is where you fight Octa 1. And I mean, if it's the Defiler, is the final. Oh, it's you.
Sarah, how many of the Exaltists...
Crimes? As a loyal servant of the Creator, I have to say.
She doesn't die yet.
Prepare to meet your end!
You stubborn fools. The Overseer has already reached the gate of the final domain.
Never, Hawk.
Death is a cruel.
No matter what tricks or...
Threaten new hairdo. Young unbeliever. The parasite, the real poison, has always been... Which actually makes you...
Don't you dare compare my proxy to...
But I don't think we'll have the opportunity to work together. The Overseer's ritual, faithful servants. The Creator will...
Great. The fat toad, the blob. God damn it. Great. No, I don't know if I like this configuration to fight this damn thing. I mean, it can be done. It's a bitch. Not in this one. This is not a... This is an annoying one. God damn it. It's not the one you fight it. God. They don't design their characters with defense. And this is the price you pay. Why I don't like the... This is why I don't like playing with, trial characters. Unless I have to. Because, yes, you give them a bunch of attack, but you're gonna be brutalized. Like, if there's a phase 2 to that, I would have my entire character scrubbed.
Line up. No pushing.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah. Basically, turn the whole... This is basically turning the whole thing into sacrifices.
The monsters have swarmed the entirety of Phylum Heights. Be sure to stay vigilant.
Bell, we have an emergency. Exalted priests and sacrifices are...
Our attack on the base, the city is under attack?
Rather obvious. Our comrades from Obsidian.
The mountain road?
Which is why we didn't...
Oh no. Got it. Calculating, we're counting on you.
It's actually pretty interesting. Even though it's very similar to the... I want to say it's very similar to the first one.
Thanks to the support from you.
Our mission is to eliminate...
Which are...
Bad news? We've...
Hard to say which is like them or not. The mission...
Unless it's going to be a big fight. About 40 minutes.
Prioritize eliminating the sacrifices and merging to the Obsidian.
Roger. There's an ambush in the tunnel. Time to... What an ugly one. People on the ground seem to be numbed woman's experience. Judging by her outfit, her companions are most.
No, I really can't.
Magus, the Blood Debt partly falls on Porcelumex for offering the
Isolde.
That's right. The mastermind behind bribing the military commander back then was none other than, of course, the ones who bent.
Even if they weren't.
Forget it, Proxy. Unjust accusation. The Defense Force.
But Isolde.
Correct. Justice. We no longer need to.
Why are you doing this, Colonel? Your goal isn't just.
Magus, don't you want the one who sent us into the jaws of the one who deliberately withheld?
It was Lorenz.
Yes. Colonel 11 years ago.
Lorenz. Is it all because
Lucro is already dead. I've already made my choice. We're the only ones walking.
Colonel Isolde.
The only way we can.
Okay, that's a twist. That's an interesting twist.
Seriously.
I mean, this is like rushed.
She was right about one thing.
With all due respect, Captain, that was a real kick in the gut. Remember when we first joined the squad? We said we were here for justice, and now you're saying that we're not.
Seed would like to, but I can't shake. If Seed Senior were here, I think he'd be all gruffy and say, "Oh well."
You think you're helping saying all these.
Captain.
Oh god, this is unholy railroading. But see, this is not an end chapter. This is hey. See, the problem here is a grand narrative. So Opal Squad stops the Defiler. Which, or stops the Initial.
We've all lost people we love. Now you want us to just stand here? Sorry. We're still on a mission here.
I agree. Opal Squad.
Problem itself is...
There is an unopened obscura nearby.
The monsters are crawling out of those devices.
Copy.
Eliminate the nearby obscura. Cut off the source of the threat.
Reporting it.
Because they tried sacrificing it the first time around. That's the funny thing about it. Which makes zero sense as far as story-wise. Which it's always been stupid because they're gonna go. You're going to go around sacrificing.
The obscura have been confirmed to be deactivated.
The locations of these obscura don't appear appear to be included in the Colonel's intel.
There might be gaps in the intel. Roxy, can you help search for nearby Obscura?
Let's see. Fortunately, it doesn't really matter. Yes, it does. A, B, C, D, 1, 2. The one time it does. From Eva? No. No. C, A5. Oh, that's fucking cruel. Really?
There are Obscura deployed up ahead.
Clear out these filthy things! Sacrifice is incoming. Stay alert. An offering outside terrible weapon.
What? They entered the city.
We won't let that happen.
See, it makes more sense for an in-narrative for 2.0 to sacrifice potentially Wayfay Peninsula. Because it doesn't make sense to waste it. Okay, Lorenz. Ah, that's Lucro. Fine. And I mean, they could probably name another big ethereal. Which, I mean, there's 4 of them. You have, what is it, Geppetto, they kind of talked about. Geppetto, Nevia or Nevra. Been hinted at. But there's at least 4.
There's a little kid here. You're not hurt, are you, Dante?
Oh, you're here too. I was just playing on the mountain. It was hide and seek. But then, Mello and Ayu ran.
It's all right, Dante.
You'll finish children quest. Cool.
His name is Dante from... Just like your old comrades. Dante's uncle also...
Shelly's family have one of our...
Old comrade? Is this...
That's right, kid. Your uncle and I.
Whoa. My uncle was really strong. I hope you and your team... We will, Dante.
Hey, Dante. Tell me something. If you had the chance to get revenge...
Get revenge? But...
Like, if I found the bad guy...
I want those monsters gone too. I think Uncle became a soldier because he wanted to keep people so instead of fight. That's why I hope you all go home safe.
I mean, you humanize.
The Defense Force and Yunque...
I mean, even though they do play it off as Orphe and Magus is just basically symbiotic.
He's a good kid.
Captain.
All right.
Captain Magus. What are your orders?
Lorenz. I need to question him face to face and get to the bottom of this.
Captain Magus. Please don't do anything.
I feel like I should just...
Who filled your head with such baseless...
Please, General Lorenz. Well, I can still hold my...
Such groundless accusations are enough? Or is this all just an attempt to stir up trouble and cover up your...
Answer me, Lorenz.
11 years ago, countless squads under my command were lost when the old capital... You think it was only the frontline soldiers? Do you know? War, politics, I don't expect you... But I want to remind you, you're not here alone.
That's an outright threat, General Lorenz.
I must say, if you're that set on burning everything to take me out, don't be so selfish. Even if it was me, so what? I didn't get where...
Captain Magus. Captain Magus. Commander...
Made up their point. I have my squad members and the proxy counterfeit and he's armed. Wouldn't just stand around while he makes things spiral out of control.
Where could Colonel Isolde...
Accusations without evidence are just baseless slander against your superiors. We'll settle this later. After this operation, no one will be able to stop the Defense Force from staying here.
You're right, sir. No one can stop you from staying now.
Isolde. Why don't you come with me, Colonel? We can't leave our big hero behind.
Hero? All the soldiers who never made it out? The ones you abandoned? Weren't they also your stepping stones? Your heroes?
Well, shit.
Magus, the promise you couldn't bring yourself to keep. I kept it for you.
Well, damn. Well, see, they're working their way. They're slowly, steadily working their way, eventually to getting blood in the game. Eventually. I mean, outright killing person is, oh boy. That's a good stopping point. I mean, well, I mean, they're getting to the point they can show either nudity or basically more adult things, so to speak. I mean, they want the game rated for teens. I fully understand. They don't want to baby the population as Genshin does. But, like, you can't exactly tell the story without killing people. Even if there is barely artificial blood. Like, in actual reality, like, overall, you don't see blood in the game. I mean, what was it when they introduced, was it Pulchra? They show, like, her getting massage. Which, it's like, okay, interesting. And then I guess a flat out murders the person. Which. And there is a pool of blood. Now, whether or not that's in a Chinese version or another version, I have a high doubt. So, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I say that because it's only been since Honkai Impact. Like, I mean, 2.0 is not really pulling punches right now, but there isn't a lot of death currently. I mean, the thing is, they're going to have to get the end of the current storyline there. It's like apparently Genshin's going to get somewhere without killing people. Nah. I have a high doubt, because that's why Snezhnaya was delayed a year. I mean, that's why we have Nodcry for a year. I mean, HSR talks about sacrifices and death, but it's usually in passing. This game, they actually do it. It's actually like one of the few I still play it more than others. But that's a very abrupt end. That, I mean, be curious if there's a payoff to that. That's a good stopping point. I mean, we could do that one. See, I do like these. You can actually go back and do these if you really want to. But you have to go back and reduce some of them. Then again, I guess that's going to be that one, because I'd be like, yeah, I was like, no, you gotta throw me into the big boss fight. So, I mean, it's abridged, but the journey to the Defiler is going to be interesting. Because the journey to the Defiler, because it looks like the Defiler is just unearthly. Beyond unearthly. Because it makes me wonder, because there's a lot of speculation about the other factions. As I said, there's at least 2 other bigger Ethereals. Maybe 3. You have Geppetto, you have Neva, we know. You have 4 total AIs. But as I said, it's a good story. I'm gonna hope to. What else to get? Oh, I need to finish out her for real. I really do. She's gonna be very key to finish out. I mean, for the sake. I don't know. Again, apparently 2.4. See, I'd have to be curious, because if the end of 2.3 is the Defiler, that means... Is the Defiler? No, I think the boss at the end of 2.3 is, who's the Defiler for? Could be dead wrong. Because I know the Overseer dies. But if the boss is the Overseer, then the Defiler is the next one. I'll have to see. But anyways, I'd stream tomorrow or so, but I'm not sure. As I said, part of it's the last part of the story. It's about usually 4 to 5 hour parts. But I mean, technically you can't use your own agents, though. That's the only problem. You can't use them. A lot of the in-game, you're just doing the other. Story, I don't mind. Yeah, and I don't want to talk to them. Krampus compliance. Look, there's something creepy about this. It's just... no. Whoever designed that character, I have no idea. Anyways, stop it right here. Bed where I'll be up forever. I'll probably go grind out the last, about 3 runs. But as I said, part of my whole thing has been resetting my relics and been resetting that. Genshin, I had to do it too. I called them relics because it's basically what they are. So it's really 6 one, half a dozen the other. It's not like you have a choice. You do that, and you can only grind these out once a week. So, I mean, discs are more important to me than anything right now. So, it's something I just have to do, because I have to reset all of them. I mean, not all of them. Yeah, finish out potentially her, and I need to finish out her. I need to finish out her, too. She's going to be tougher. She's going to be the support for, God, I'm brain farting. She's going to be the support for Seed. In case I need it. Yep, welcome to the struggle. It's not hard, it's a lot of it's RNG, though. Because I'm going to have to replace this. And then I have to replace the other. She's not Aether. That would be easy if it was Aether. Hold on. See, no, there's no way, really. It's just, would have to be Yokai Tales. See, I have one there, but I don't have another backup. We have backup there, up there. Oh, yeah. See, I'd have to actually have backups. I don't. Change that there and then change that. I mean, granted, it's like moving shit around just because. See, that doesn't help her at all. Compared to, like, oh, that's not helping her either. I mean, ethereal attack. An aether attack doesn't make sense. Like, if that goes there. Because her shit's based on the entirety of it. It doesn't help. It's like, I can't just move it. It's like all of this is just pigeonholed. It's the only downside I hate about this system. The pigeonholes. Because the reason why a lot of stuff is this way is because of that. Like, that's a perfect disc for her, but I need something there, or I need something there. It's like, but that wouldn't work either. Because you trash more than you actually ever use. Because, yes, pin ratio isn't going to matter. Because a lot of those are still viable stats. So, this is the problem. I mean, I got her in a decent spot for what she is. I mean, it's a villain. Everybody else, I just got to get better. I mean, a lot of these are already... I think I've replaced a majority of them. I mean, I have to live with this one. Good luck. Because, I mean, you ain't gonna get around it. I mean, you could give her a stun. But I don't like this. Like, the idea? Again, a lot of it is a disc work. The disc work is what carries you in the end game towards CU defense. Like, even I know I could squeak out more attack out of her. I mean, by all rights, she should be like 3,000. But a lot of it, I'm at the mercy of what I can get. So. Sadly, that's the way it works, because if you don't otherwise... Again, a lot of this is just... You're playing with pure RNG. You're going to have to get lucky and find them. Because I have gone through probably a lot of them. But then again, this is that long-term project. Once that's set up, you never have to fuck with them again. But anyways, I will catch people another day. Fortunately.